It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in two places at once. You'll be hot like my favorite movie. CroCop. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Hey, B, no way a little dude like you is gonna change my ways.
It's time you were tempted with a taste of nuts and honey.
Hulk Hogan doesn't eat nuts and honey.
Take this, an unbeatable part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's better than a body slam.
Undefeated.
And still champion.
It's a honey on the nut. It's honey nut Cheerios.
Tonight on Down to Earth, can it be true?
I am adopted.
I'll buy that.
Then on Safe at Home, the gang's New Year's plans are up in the air.
Dan's plane is circling. It can't land.
And on Rocky Road, guess who's coming to dinner?
Wait till everyone hears about this.
Will Sandy have his heart burned again?
No problem.
It all begins at 6:05 Eastern, only on Superstation WTBS. Tonight.
You're in trouble.
Wait, no, I'm a big man.
I told you that.
When there's trouble.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
綺麗な空気。体には細長が気持ちいいんです。日立のビッグフロー、ウェルネス。日立フレー。
Well, folks, it's been a night to remember, but right now we are out of time. I'm Nick Diamond.
I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And I'm Johnny Gomez. On behalf of all of us here at Celebrity Deathmatch, good fight, good night.
Can you give me a beat? Subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's gonna sit in one of those little kid seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person, he choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Cry me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, nanny goat, Billy goat, Rick. Hey, sweet chin music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke, you're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Hey, 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 scared for his life. Yo, VW. Yo, VW. Step this way. Step that way. Step this way. Step that way.
Jungle Boy is a bell end.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT, a live show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible one, Phil Marks, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here. We are here. It is Saturday night, and I like the way you move. Okay? And we are about to get into a lot of stuff this evening. We have a lot to get to, as usual, but a lot has gone down. I have some news to break. Breaking news here at PWT. Now we're a dirt sheet now, guys. No, I don't have news to break, but it's just I have some insight on stuff. You guys know how I do. And so I can't wait to talk about some of that. And no dirt sheets are on it yet. They're not gonna be for a while, probably, or when they are, it'll already be too late. But so we're gonna get into that. We have Dave Meltzer begging. We have lots of Dave Meltzer, but which is crazy because last show we did the longest Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week in history, and we have another big one. Pause tonight, right? But the main thing was this clip of him. He's begging for mercy. Okay, he's coming up with reasons why WWE shouldn't compete, even though he wanted to talk about challenger brands and all this shit. He's like, oh, well, they shouldn't even compete with AEW because he's just worried. He's real worried. And so we're going to talk about that. Mariah May officially left AEW, folks. To all the people who were like, no, she's going to just stick around. It's pretty obvious, right? We've covered it here on the show. It was pretty obvious where she was going. And even then, leave it to your boy Phil to be one of the tried and true, keeping the same energy. And I've put Mariah May over then. I'll put her over now. I'll put her over in a year. It's just funny to see so many people flip. And on the wacko side too, people are real mad at that heel Uzi character. That's in our sicko segment. Rob Van Dam got attacked by Liv Savage over Sabu's book. We're going to get into that because that's like an ongoing long argument that's happening. So Rob Van Dam, again, making the show quite a bit recently. We have lots of miscellaneous news. What else do we have? I feel like I missed SmackDown to review. It's some TNA stuff, and I feel like I may be, collisions on. And what are the other real big headlines? I think that's it. Oh, and MVP completely I think that's it. MVP completely trashed Triple H and WWE. And we have like injuries. We got broken noses everywhere. Okay. And so we're going to get into all of that tonight, this evening. So if you're over on X, make sure you head on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. The link is right there. It's right there around there somewhere. Okay. Underneath of where you're watching this live or somewhere. Okay. So or the link in my bio, head to the clips, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and come watch here on YouTube. Vote in our poll. Is it a mistake for Mariah May to leave AEW? I want you all to vote. Is it a mistake? And let me know what you think for Mariah May to leave AEW, or is this the right move? And I'd love to hear what people's opinions are on that. Just so you all know, really quickly, the new PWT schedule as well. The PWT and Phil Marks Out schedule. I just want to let you guys know because I do the 3 shows every week. Well, one of them, the Monday shows, are now behind a paywall. And it will be members / Patreon stream for the Netflix and Phil shows. Okay. The reason I'm doing that, because I do so much free content, and it just fits the schedule better, and then it gives you more value for your membership or your Patreonship. Is that how you say it? I don't know. But you guys get what I'm saying? Like, then you're guaranteed the weekly members stream. That's for you guys, you know? And I have fun things planned for that too, as well. So you don't want to miss those. And they'll be much more AMA oriented as those Monday shows typically are. Also, so Mondays are Member Monday, and I will be dropping a new Patreon video separate of that stream as well every Monday. Okay. So starting this Monday, June 1st, which is, I believe, is Sunday, but so June 2nd. Okay. But there will be a new Patreon video, and you'll get the member stream on YouTube members and Patreon. Okay. Twitch Tuesdays. I'll be on Twitch Tuesdays. There you go. For how long? I don't know. It depends. I'm going to go hard as shit till I make affiliate over there. Okay. I'm going to go super hard in the paint on that. And then also, like, yeah, I'm going to upload gaming stuff to YouTube as well. And then, PWT live show Wednesday, nothing changes. Same time, same place. Phil marks out about Thursdays. So on Thursdays over on my youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut channel, I'm going to be doing like movie reviews, linking up with cool people, dropping a top 10 list, going over some internet drama, whatever, over on the Phil Marks Out channel. That's every Thursday. You'll get something over there. Fridays, I'm not doing shit. I'm fucking drinking beer and watching SmackDown or whatever I'm doing. And then PWT live show Saturday night, nothing changes. So Wednesday show, Saturday show, those stay the exact same. Okay, don't worry about that. And then on Sunday is like PWT podcast. That's when I'll mostly be recording episodes, but they'll still be sporadic. But this way I have like a designated day just in case. Because to link up with people, I mean, you got to know, like, a lot of people, sometimes they're only good on like Thursdays at this time or something. So you got to leave that aspect open, right? And I love having the guests on the podcast. You know what I mean? I feel like I get more out of it that way. Whereas, you know, the live shows are mostly fan service or audience service. I don't really like that word fan, but you guys get what I'm getting at. And that's the new schedule. Okay. So if you guys missed the Netflix and Phil's, just become a member. It's 99 cents. Okay. Or you join the Patreon, and Patreon has a bunch of exclusive shit you don't get on YouTube also. Okay. And like more of it every week now too. And then this way it ensures that I'm not missing uploading or putting anything off. You know, because that was really driving me nuts like the last month. I didn't upload anything to Phil Marks Out. And I'm like, hey, no, that's not allowed, God damn it. So, okay, I hope you guys like that, and I hope you guys sign up, and I hope you guys support what the fuck it is I do. And there's about 200 of you watching across X and YouTube. So, yes, please come over to Pro Wrestle Clips if you're on X, and or just retweet this or whatever, you know what I mean? Appreciate you guys. Okay, let's get into stuff. We have lots of stuff. As you can see my face, that's my face right there, looking up at all the chaos of the IWC. That's me right there, my spirit animal right there. Okay, so we're gonna get into some stuff, some light news, of course. I'm gonna check in with chat to start the show, as I do, because I love chat. Okay. Chat is the lifeblood. The casuals are the lifeblood of PWT. Okay. And I'm not about to cope around here. Around these parts. Do we EFAP this video? I have a fucking video. No, I'm going to save that. See, that's something that'll be fun on the Monday show. Okay, so here's our guy. Actually, sorry, let me check in with chat. I completely forgot here. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17, right as I'm talking about it. When I was in Dynamite. So, guys, Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 was at the last Dynamite television show, okay? During the commercial break, they picked 2 people to play rock, paper, scissors. The winner of that game will get 2 free tickets to All in Texas. Nice. Yeah, it'd be like more worth it to go, I guess, right? Because what's the resale ability on that when they're just giving fucking tickets away? You know? But that's sweet. The last one I was at, they had Aubrey Edwards came out, I remember, and she was like playing to the couple of fans. There's like 5 people who are like, oh, Aubrey. And she's like kind of playing to them. And then Justin Roberts was like, ladies and gentlemen, Aubrey Edwards. And then she's like doing her poses, and then 4 marks are like, Aubrey, Aubrey, Aubrey. And then I'm just sitting there with my wife, and I'm like, Anyways, thank you, Rabbit Chelsea Killer. The demon is the one spazzing on Meltzer. Boris, Phil, are you watching Mobland? Nope. I need to watch this. One I have to binge out. Invincible season 3. Haven't seen it yet. It's one of my favorite shows and books of all time. And so, Member Monday or Member Monday. It's a bit of both. But yeah, exactly. It's either member it because it's gone, or you just sign up for a fucking thing. It's 99 cents Canadian. If you live in the States, we're talking like, it's like 65 cents American. Not sure WWE needs another blonde beauty queen. Yeah, they do in NXT. They don't need it, but they're calling up all the women right now. Good time for Mariah to show up with 3 of the big 4 getting called up. Now she's over there now. Oh, what's up, my guy? Okay, let's get into it, guys. I babbled long enough. Okay. Did the loser get 4 tickets? Oh, man, that's fucking good stuff, man. What was it? WWE trivia? Oh, no, rock, paper, scissors. Right. So, Rocky Maivia, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and I was going to make a really bad joke about someone's knees. I'm not going to go about someone's knees being paper, and I'm just not going to go there, okay? I'm not choosing violence today. All right. We got news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh my god. Here's our guy Shiohong. Okay? And he says, which overseas talent do you want to see at next year's Wrestle Nation? So the Korean equivalent of WrestleMania, I guess, is Wrestle Nation, where they just sold out 3,000 people, right? And we've been chronicling this guy a little bit here on the show. And he teams with Tajiri and whatnot. And Wrestle Nation, I guess, is Korea. He's trying to build it up. Next year, they're trying to do 6,000 people. Everyone go and give my guy Shiohong a follow. Look at that. He cracked 1,000 since the PWT bump, as they say. No. So here we go. Let's just take a look at what he's cooking over there.
사이드 킥!
야!
킥! 그리고 돌려놔! 슈퍼킥! 스피닝 킥! 날카로운 킥을 한 번씩 주고받는 사무라이의 솔과 시오입니다.
The commentary is so good.
여러분, 여기가 PWS 레슬네이션입니다.
와! 마치 게임 캐릭터 연상들은 18번의 컴비네이션 연타가 들어갔고 그걸 또 바꿔 넣어.
There you go. Shout out my guy Shiohong. You'd have to pay me to go to Korea, though. Shotzi Blackheart announced 3 GCW dates in Japan. Shout out GCW. They're like, fuck it, dude. Wrestling's hot. We're going to strike while the iron's hot. And they come flying in with, like, you know, Puerto Rico show, Japan show, fucking Mexico show. I think they're going everywhere. So, Shotzi Blackheart, 3 GCW dates in Japan. Shinjuku Face, Tokyo Square, and the Korakuen Hall. So good for her. Speaking of Puerto Rico, we have Diana Perrazzo with House of Glory Wrestling. She's returning to HOG because Lord knows she's not being booked in Ring of Honor or AEW. And for Puerto Rican weekend, it's a Rican weekend, baby. I'm just trying to have me some fun, bounce. No. Diana Perrazzo versus Carissa River, FKA Elektra Lopez. Right there. And that's at Mike Santana's show, where he's also taking on Tomohiro Ishii. But I'm just an E-drone, so what do I know? I don't get paid to promote these fucking indie shows and these other feds. Right? But I'm just an E-drone. You fucking AEW sickos who don't promote any of this shit or care about any of this shit. Vince McMahon's new company is called 14th and I. So we're going to get into some dumb fuckery. We had Chris Featherstone who's like a dirt sheet guy who said like he heard it too, that Vince, and then Coach said Vince is gonna try and buy WWE back, and then Coachman is he is like, see, I told you guys, but then someone else pointed out how he was talking completely tongue-in-cheek about Vince McMahon, like a fantasy mark booking X-Files. He didn't play in X-Files first. That's his problem, so people didn't know. But Coachman sort of backtracked, and then 14th and I gets announced, and then Coachman's like, well, see, I was clearly on to something. And it's like, no, man, you all suck. Like, I'm sorry, you all suck so bad at breaking news and being these dirt sheet type motherfuckers. Now, Featherstone. Should I get him on the show, Chad? I can get him on the show. Should I get him on the show? He's supposed to come on before Mania. I was so busy. I was like, oh, fucking, I was going to ask him, I was going to be like, why did you post after the Royal Rumble that you got told a week before the Royal Rumble who the winner was? I was going to ask him all that shit, but it's irrelevant now. But maybe I could bring him on and ask him about this shit. But either way, man, Vince isn't trying to buy back WWE. That doesn't even make sense, right? So again, people in the MMA sphere seem to understand this a little bit better, like the way TKO and all this stuff works, Endeavor and the way they operate and shit, but it's past operation. Like Vince just couldn't afford that shit. Would he try? I don't put it past him to try, especially if he has like Saudis behind him, but I just don't think the Saudis, I think if it boiled down to the Saudis having to choose WWE or Vince, like they would go with WWE. And that's part of the problem. If you really, well, not part of the problem. It's for fans or like wrestling consumers or anything like that. It's part of the problem for Vince that he made WWE in such a way that nobody's bigger than WWE. That includes Vince as well. So if he never did that, he could have been bigger than WWE, his name alone. For instance, like if Dana White left the UFC right now and he started his own MMA organization league, trust me, that UFC would be like, oh, fuck. However, Dana set it up so that UFC is like bigger than any one fighter, but they would be like, oh, shit, because he would know what to do. Vince would know what to do if you were going to make a wrestling company compete at the highest level. He would know what to do and how to get there and who to talk to and what may be different in 2025, but he would like have the best shot of anyone in the world. So it's not like WWE wouldn't be like, or if he started a Fed, it wouldn't like raise eyebrow. But I just don't think he's doing that. I think he just wants to get into sports and entertainment, just make sports documentaries, make sports reality shows and shit and sell them to Netflix. Netflix is all about these like challenge shows. Make a reality show with NFL guys or something. You know what I mean? But anyways, Vince McMahon's company is called 14th and I. The company will be pursuing opportunities in sports, media, and entertainment. There's no indication yet that this company is pursuing business related to wrestling. Brad Bloom, a former WWE executive and longtime ally of McMahon, is the president, according to Bloom's verified LinkedIn profile. Shout out LinkedIn, right? The real dirt sheet of the internet. John Laurinaitis is a coward for snitching on Vince McMahon, says Teddy Log. Oh, dude. He fucking called him out. Holla, holla. You a snitch. So Dark Side of the Ring, they posed the question. It's that time of the year again. And I watched this whole season. I enjoyed it. Muhammad Hassan was a great fun episode to end on because you have to have fun episodes and dark episodes, right? Like Dark Side of the Ring isn't always they were a drug addict who pulled a gun out and died in Minecraft, right? That's not like what they all need to be. Sometimes it's like the original Sheik where he just wouldn't lose and he fucking did this crazy hardcore shit, but he wasn't like poor in a box and fucking, his territory struggled and there's some crazy stories and he did some crazy wild hardcore shit, but he died with people who loved him, surrounding him and a big family and everything. So they're not all bad. Like, they're not all supposed to be terrible, but I laid out a list of the ones I wanted to see in chat. I want you guys to let me know if you think I'm onto something with these. So I think they should do an episode on Zandig, CZW, Brawl Out / Brawl In. Both of those combined in one, maybe a two-parter, one for each ep, the way they did Benoit or whatever. Andy Kaufman, who his Twitter account retweeted me, by the way, and was like, I made the list again. And I don't know who runs that Andy Kaufman account, but whoever it is, bravo. Mildred Burke, but like the real story, you know? So I wanted to review Queen of the Ring. I might still do it. Maybe this Thursday, that's what I'll do. But Queen of the Ring is very much like, it's very, what's the word? I guess you could just say like feministy in a way that like, it's not bad. It's like, I'm not against them trying to be like empower women, but the literal plot of the movie doesn't make sense because they're trying to excuse away the fact that Mildred was down with this dude fucking around on her and like pimping, like this dude like pimped ladies out, her husband and shit. Like it's in the Fabulous Moolah episode. They talk about it a bit of Dark Side of the Ring, but in the Mildred Burke movie, they're trying to make it like all of everything's her choice, but it just makes her look stupid in the movie. Because ultimately it's like, no, she was abused and shit. And I know you want to make her look like this woman who broke through the whatever, but I don't know, telling the real story of like, no, there was some real horrifying shit. And and she turned a blind eye and helped recruit some of these ladies too. And they made it like she was their savior and understood them all and shit, which maybe there was some of that, but I mean, you got to tell the real Mildred Burke story. You know, that'd be awesome. Anyways, Vince McMahon and Janelle Grant, I think you just got to do it, right? If they've done isolated Vince like Black Saturday or this, you got to tell the Vince McMahon, Janelle Grant. Like, you just got to do it. I'm sorry. The Ring Boy scandal, speaking out. I don't know how they haven't done that one yet. Scott Hall, Mike Awesome, Teddy Hart, Jim Cornette versus Vince Russo, the Flair family, and their many tragedies, plane crash, survival, become the GOAT, Charlotte Flair, if you want to get into the many divorces and shit, not saying like we got to drum up dirt, but it's part of there's a lot of tragedy like that comes with being, the GOATs or the GWOAT if you're Charlotte. So there's a lot, people in the family passing away, etc., losing it all. There's points where Ric Flair was like nervous. He was having anxiety attacks before he was in Evolution. Ric Flair, like in the early 2000s, he's going out there for house shows having anxiety attacks, right? He had to borrow almost $1 million from Vince and shit. Like there's trials and tribulations there, And Ric Flair's ESPN 30 for 30 is fucking amazing. So the Flair family, I think it was a 30 for 30 they did on him, but yeah, that would be awesome. Kurt Angle, which they were supposed to do, and it never happened. In season 5, they were supposed to do Kurt Angle, and they never did it. And they could talk about like the Fox Catcher Academy, where that's what it's called, right? I just butchered that. Sorry, guys. Foxcatcher, where with Dave Schultz and all that stuff. And then you have TNA almost going out of business for 20 years. I mean, you had Eric Bischoff come in. You could talk to Dixie Carter. You could talk to Corgan when he was because remember for a while there, Billy Corgan funded like millions of dollars, kept TNA alive there for a bit. And they were lying to him, telling him like, yeah, you own the company and shit. And then when because he was trying to buy TNA, Billy Corgan was flat out going to own it. But when Dixie and them fucked him around, and they were just using his money not the way, at least that's the allegedly part, but that's why Darkseid comes in. And that's when he just went and bought NWA. But if you remember, right before he bought NWA, Billy Corgan was like showing up in TNA and shit. He was trying to help get them off of like Destination America and the Pop Network, all of the shit, you could chronicle 20 years of them like barely hanging on, So let me know if you guys like those ones or if there's other ones you guys would want to see, but those were just the ones that came to my mind immediately. Moving along here. So Big Trouble Ben Bishop is taking on Zicky Dice and Cruel. And this is a triple threat between three of my favorite indie wrestlers. And that's a Shoot Brother. So this happened yesterday at the Diesel Tap House. Okay, so I thought it was coming up, so I missed it. But it was rated by the Ben Observer Radio 2467.2679 stars, ladies and gentlemen. God damn, I want to see that match. I hope it's on YouTube. So this cat-born guy posted, proud of how far she's gone, talking about Samantha Johnson, a.k.a. Samantha Irvin, a.k.a. Samantha the Bomb. And again, she was on The Voice. She was on America's Got Talent, but it was 10 years ago. And how far she's come. Like, isn't she just gone full circle and she's just like singing again and shit? Right? So it kind of seems like, maybe, I guess I'm not going to be negative, but how it seems like she's regressed back to just singing, you know? So yeah, shout her out. I'm not going to play this. NBC will pull us down. The cock will pull us down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news right there. We have some stuff to transition into.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
We have some... Okay, let's see. We do have some MMA news quickly, which pertains to pro wrestling. So, breaking news, according to inside source, BKFC is quietly seeking new investors to facilitate a buyout from Triller and shift to new ownership. Triller's trade. So why does this matter? Triller's trading under $1. That matters because AEW and them leaving Triller and shit. And this also matters because TKO might want to get in the BKFC business. Bare knuckle boxing, bare knuckle championship is fucking really dope. And it's brutal, but it's, for some reason, it's working. And it's honestly, like, if you watch MMA and you can watch people get elbowed and kneed in the face, then, like, the bare knuckle aspect doesn't bug you that much. And they've been doing great business. So, and I believe Conor McGregor is a half owner, half investor, whatever, in that company. He's at all the press conferences now. So, Endeavor and TKO and all, they want to be in the Conor McGregor business. You know, I know in Ireland, everybody hates that dude, but they want to be in his business. So just keep an eye on that. A potential bare knuckle FC joining the fold and TKO, but also the UFC debut patches. Do you guys see these? Where's all the fucking sickos marking out? You know what I mean? In MMA, it's kind of the fighters. Some of the fighters were like, what do the fighters get paid? You know? Like, for wearing these patches. But there you go. They're in the UFC too. Are people going to cry? Remember when people were crying about this for a week and then, or like 2 days, and then now nobody brings them up? And I challenged the IWC. I was like, hey, if you're crying about this, I want every show, you need to point out exactly where the patch is. Every fucking show, you need to point out where every single one is. Could you imagine Jacob Fatu wearing one of these? Yeah, the fucking baddest human beings on the planet are about to wear those. Fucking crybaby marks. So, moving along, we have TNA news. I will hit a banjo before we get into this. Okay, but we don't have a lot here, to be perfectly honest. So just a quick banjo, and then we'll get into this. So here are Ryan and Nick Nemeth, the TNA World Wrestling Tag Team Champions. And here we go. They're throwing out the first pitch with the D-backs, baby.
TNA.
Any fans out there?
Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. Catching the first pitches are Ryan Thompson and Justin Martinez.
D in the back, or you like it in the front? Oh, I'm over here now.
A round of applause for Ryan and Nick Nemeth, the reigning TNA Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. Reigning team.
The players go to super kick them. Right on. Hell yeah. Good for those fellers. Am I right? Okay. Let's check in with chat, and then we're gonna do some stuff. We got lots to get to today. And there's so many fucking sickos in the IWC. Like, all they're doing is they're like doxing each other and going after heel Uzi and doing these dramatic, like, they're like having these like therapy sessions and fucking spaces and shit on X. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What is wrong with people? Change your name to fucking I stalk and dox people 24 and fucking say I'm a dramatic guy who wants to cry on spaces about shit and try and expose people because they fucking called Mariah May Timu Tiffy, or because my favorite wrestler went to the Fed or whatever. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. You guys are all seriously need fucking serious help, dude. But that's why we're doing a sicko segment next. So that's good. So yeah, let's get into that. But chat first, let me check in with you all, you sick sons of bitches. Let me see what's going. Oh, and guys. I forgot to say too, tomorrow I'm recording a pod with someone. I'm not going to tell you who, but
Allegedly.
It's someone pretty fucking cool, okay? Denisha Lane's been a member for 12 months. God damn. Yeah, for all my members who got the Vince McMahon badges, I made that years ago. Before that was a thing. Okay. So see, I just cop to shit. So I go, yeah, I made a Vince with the cool glasses. And this was like a few years ago when I made the you know what I mean? So, sorry about those Vince badges, guys. When you get to that point, maybe I'll try and change those. But I don't know if you can. So Alt Jake Takes On has been a member for 4 months. Hell yeah, dude. That's what's up. Thank you for your membership. And guys, become a member. It's 99 fucking cents. Okay. Denisha Lane for 5 says, Phil, I'm so tired of MVP talking about WWE. We're going to get into that. Well, do you guys want? No, let me do AEW and WWE news first. Then we can get into sickos and shit. Or what? What do you guys want? News or sickos? Let me know in chat. We'll, we can just crush out the WWE, AEW stuff, get into sickos after. It's entirely up to you guys. Let me know. But there's quite a bit of sicko action. Him talking Triple H. He really wants attention. Triple H hasn't mentioned. Talk about him. Yeah, so one thing that I'm bringing to the show as well today that nobody's talking about because they just fucking don't know. But MVP, and I said this, go back on my show fucking so long ago. I'm so tired of being right, but I'm really not. MVP and Triple H have beef from when Triple H was a wrestler, from when they were talents. It goes back further, right? A lot of people were weary when Triple H became the booker because of the politicking him and HBK and shit did. There was a time there where MVP, everyone felt like, hey, why aren't you pushing this guy? He should be world champ. Push this guy to the moon type shit. And who was on top around then? Fucking Handlebar H with his, and DX or whatever. So it's, it just stems from like back then even. And then, MVP will continue to reveal that all. And then they were Vince guys too. Yeah, that's a big factor. But like, it's not even that Benjamin, Vince McMahon mistakes black guys for Shelton Benjamin. Okay, there's those stories, right? Like he can't even tell Benjamin apart from other black dudes. So it's not that Benjamin's a Vince guy or even really MVP. I don't even think really MVP. What I think it is Lashley's a Vince guy and that whole Hurt Business thing. And the reason Vince never put Hurt Business back together either. Why? Because he only ever put it together in the first place to appease Lashley because it was the fucking COVID era as well. And you need, you'll come to work and you're one of the biggest names who looks like a superstar, Lashley, who can carry this fucking company. Oh yeah, you'll come to work. I'll do whatever you fucking want me to do. Pretty much. Okay. That's how we got Christian, Big Show, Randy. Everyone's getting kicked in the head. You got fucking, think about that pandemic era. They were just keeping motherfuckers hat. Why do you think Rome, that whole bloodline shit? I want to work with my family. You think Lashley, I want to work with my guys. So Vince was just appeasing Lashley. Once that shit Once the fucking pandemic went away, he's like, well, that Hurts Syndicate shit's gone too because I don't really care anymore again. Right? Just put the pieces together. No one pieces it together like your boy Phil. You got to stay locked in at PWT. George Capture has been a member for 13 months. I'm okay with it, pal. Yeah, it's just a reminder maybe too. Like, you know, I don't know, a reminder of what? I'll just put a poop emoji instead. I'll put Vince with a poop hat emoji. I think that's... Matt Muse became a YouTube member. Fucking A, bud.
Are you sure about that?
Amazing. Thank you. Let me see what's going on with chat. Cash Monet, NXT's the blackest show on television. Like, Jesus Christ, calm down. Not everyone is racialist. Michael Tarver. 13 months, George runs this shit, and then he keep running. He gonna keep running, but he never running out of money. He a dog. He gonna stop it. Wait, I might have messed up the lyric, but you guys know what I'm getting at. Vince with a 14 and an I because he's cool. Yeah, Vince with an I because I'm cool. Vince with a 14 because he's cool. Yeah, that's funny. That's good. That was a good one. Okay, what do we got? You guys tell me, though. Did you guys tell me you want news or sickos? No, everybody's like, we don't care. Just fucking news. We got one person saying news, so sicko. News. Yeah, okay, we'll get into news. We'll get into hot news. So we got Fed and we've got AEW. We were just talking about the Fed, so let's fucking continue with the Fed, man. Sickos. Oh, now people are going sickos. Ooh, you pick sickos, news. Oh, sickos might have sicko news. Yeah, we're gonna go into news. We're gonna do news. I think it won. Here we go. 300 people watching. If you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. So do you guys feel that Casey Catanzaro should have gotten more opportunities in WWE? Because Katana Chance or Casey Catanzaro says WWE never let her fully find herself as a character. I fully disagree with that. I just think they don't value fucking women's tag team wrestling. In fact, we know they don't. Shawn Michaels pretty much said as much, that they don't value tag team wrestling really like they used to at all. So I don't know. I'm a big fan. I was actually a fan. You know what's crazy is that Casey Catanzaro from American Ninja Warrior, like when she won that shit, it went super viral. And she was fucking amazing. That was like my hero when that shit happened, because I used to watch that show religiously back then when they'd happen, even the like Asian ones. And yeah, I just remember she like broke the internet with her fucking performance, like before that was really a thing. And yeah, I've been a fan of her. I didn't think like, oh, she's in WWE, she's gonna kill it. Like it took years for her to really click. But I just think the worst thing Kaden Carter and Katana Chance can do is break up. They should stick together, hit the indies, go to TNA, win those knockout titles, all that sort of shit. Spitfire, I think, is broken up too in TNA. Bring in KC2 and just have them go on like the longest, craziest reign with those titles, doing all their cool tag moves and shit. That would be awesome. Anyways, Leigh Laurel from WWE LFG. This is the girl that everyone was like, she's gonna be a star. She's a superstar. I disagreed from like episode 1. I was like, nah, she's really fucking green. She's got a look. Her gear's nice. She figured out a cool pose to do in her entrance that no one's really done, which is hard to do. But it just wasn't there. Like her matches, then she always had fucking excuses, and it was always just people carrying her. But her name is now Jin Tala and not Leigh Laurel. And so Jin Tala, if you guys remember, they trademarked that a while back. And she'll be debuting against Carly Bright next week on Evolve. The thing, remember last show we talked about that guy who got devolved, right? He was de-evolutioned or whatever. Right? Back to his original Agumon. He devolved, right? And he was like released from Evolve. I forget his name. But the experience they get even doing shit like this will help them when they go to regional shows or like indies or show like MLW where they're on YouTube, but they format it like a TV show and shit. This will only help all of wrestling, having these folks do a show like this on Evolve. And I really should be keeping up with it every week. I mean, I know what's going on. I know the names and stuff. It's hard. With NXT, now NXT's starting to like elevate itself to where you know all the main players, but for a minute there, before they figured out the Evolve, LFG, NIL, ID, here's how we filter people in, you know, like before they figured that all out, it was like real tough to keep. It was like, damn, there's in NXT, you have like super supreme vets, and then you have like fucking the greenest of the green, you know, but now Evolve, the greenest of the green can go over there and we go, okay, here's like the developmental. It's great shit. I just really like it. I like that it's all there that we can see, but I also don't like that we can see it. You know, I was a big advocate a long time ago and throughout the history of PWT of like, they need to get NXT off TV, or like they need to get their developmental needs to not be on TV. But since everything's on the internet anyways, just throw it on Tubi or YouTube. I think that's brilliant. And I think that they're winning me over with, here's the developmental for developmental, you know, like we exist in a world where even if it OVW regional television, but someone will clip it and put it on Twitter anyways. So I've always understood that. But at the same time, it's like, damn, some of these characters do their best shit in NXT and then they go to the main roster and it's like, they already did some of the best shit in their career. Like DIY, for instance, like they're never going to be what they were in NXT. You know, they did all their best shit in NXT, which is fine, but we wouldn't even be able to determine whether it was their best shit if it wasn't on TV, if it was like back in the OVW days. So the point I'm getting at is they figured out a way to work with the internet, but appease someone like myself who's like, well, fuck, you know, we're seeing all of the development happen right in front of us, and they're mixing it up with fucking veterans like Ethan Page or whoever floats down here, you know? So now it's like, okay, if NXT, let's say like you're the AHL, at any point AHL players can get called up to the NHL, and at any point NHL players can go down to the AHL team and they can mix it up. So now NXT's that, and you're like, okay, they're at that level. Like if you're in the AHL, you're likely able to hold your own in the NHL, at least to some, right? Like you're at least at a pro level. So in NXT now, it's almost a step above development. Like you are a pro, you're at that pro level, but you're just like, you know, a half step outside type shit. And I like that. Like on SmackDown, we saw fucking Ethan Page on SmackDown. I'm not going to review the whole show, but if you watch SmackDowns in chunks, like these 3-hour ones, like I did, they're actually really fucking good shows. If you watch it like an hour, then an hour, they're actually really good. The ending was amazing with Jey Uso and all of that. And Logan Paul and shit. I mean, some people were saying it felt forced. It kind of does. Like Cena's kind of a cornball. He always has been though. Like that's why we would go Cena sucks when he was the uber ultra babyface, because he was kind of a cornball. And now you're all like, he's a cornball, I hate it. Well, that's the fucking point. You know what I mean? He's not crucifying people or spitting at black women, but he's fucking, you know, he's getting heat like by being a cornball, right? And so Logan Paul does that same shit, and so they're teamed up, and it makes a lot of sense, and I enjoyed that. But my favorite part of SmackDown was like, oh, Ethan Page and Javon Evans, and we're just really they're promoting the shit out of this AAA stuff, and yeah, and also like Naomi's doing her damn thing. So SmackDown I actually enjoyed it, but you have to break that shit up in chunks, man. Right? Otherwise, it's going to clog up the toilet. But back to this little segment here and me putting over Evolve and developmental. I'm just trying to put over developmental in general here. Fuck yeah, moving along here. Alberto El Patrona. Oh yeah, I should have put this in the title too, because this was huge. There's so much headlines tonight. We'll actually circle back to this because I'm gonna drop some bars on you guys here. Metro Boomin says he would love to produce the WWE theme songs. Of course, a bunch. Metro Boomin wants some more. Going to the jeweler bus and AP. Sliding on the water like a jet ski. I'm trying to fuck you in your bestie. Chopper with this scope, so do not test me. Ric Flair drip, go woo on a bitch. Yeah, I would love to hear him cook it up for, honestly, the Street Profits. I know they're saying, like, Jacob Fatu, he wants to make a theme for. I think Jacob's theme's good. Maybe Bronson Reed, but, like, he's got a good one, too. And if he just comes out with Seth and shit, he doesn't really. And then, like, Breaker's got a good one, so... I mean, you don't need Metro Boomin to come in. Like, you're a heel right now, you know? You give it to... And I guess the Street Profits are kind of heelish, right? People are behind them, but they do, like, kind of heel shit, but they do babyface shit when they're flipping over the ropes and shit. So I guess they're like tweeners. So I would like to hear them because their song is dope, too. We outside, we want the smoke. But there's a different version of that song they had before that's better. I swear to God. I just don't know how often they used it, but I think it's in the game 2K24 as like the Street Profits music too. But I don't think it's like I don't think it's their main song in the game. Those who know. I think there's a sped up version of that. We outside and or we on fire and we want the smoke. We outside. What the fuck am I talking about? We on fire and we want the smoke, right? That song is like slowed down the one they use now. I think if my memory serves me correctly, I'd have to like go turn on WWE 2K24 or something. I don't know, or 23 or whatever game it was. But either way, I digress. Let's see here. Metro Boomin, though, I would like to hear him. Yeah, Street Profits, maybe. Let me think. B-Fab, maybe like rapping, because she raps her own themes and like they're pretty. I don't know. I think I like it. I think they're good. I think they're catchy. Her bars always get caught in my head like as a theme song, like the Hit Rowie one. Hit Rowie, yo. I don't know. I used to like that song. Hit Row. Anyways, maybe her rapping on like a Metro Boomin beat, but that'd be crazy. You know, that's like fucking rappers in the game don't even get to do that shit. So it'd probably be Metro working with like an artist or something. I don't know. I'm hyped for that. But hopefully he's not one of the celebrities in the game. I want the celebrities in the game to be like Jay Leno or Drew Carey, people who've actually fought. No, I'm just joking. It could be Metro. I think they have Travis Scott coming in the game soon too. Anyways, so Joe Hendry tries to claim ketchup chips. Now, I believe in Joe Hendry, but this is some absolute bullshit. Okay? Carmen had to show the evidence of the pack that it's Canadian made. So yeah, you guys got to understand something. Not only is it Canadian made, this Lay's ketchup chips in particular, but ketchup chips are like, what, are Scotsmen and Irishmen trying to claim those or what? We don't claim haggis or sheep guts or whatever bullshit you guys eat. No, the ketchup chips are vehemently Canadian, but had some last night, buddy. Only a handful, though. Hurt your belly, bud. Hard to sleep after, eh?
The premise of our video.
Yeah, Lay's are. This is not Canadian. I'm pretty sure this is in the UK first. No.
Wait,
Lay's is called Walker's in the UK.
That's a different thing.
No. It's the same brand. Google Walker's crisps.
Okay, let's fucking do it right now. So he's not claiming ketchup chips. He's claiming Lay's. Here, I'll just ask a Grok or some shit. No. Are Walker's crisps, Lay's chips the same? We'll fucking look this up, Joe Hendry. Are Walker's and Lay's the same? Walker's and Lay's are not exactly the same, although they are very similar. Both brands offer a range of potato chips. Okay, shut up. They have a similar logo, but they're not even the same company. So, Hendry, I'm sorry, buddy. I believe in you, but I don't believe in the shit you saying.
Liar!
Right now, man.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
No, this was actually John Henry. This was John Henry, his doppelganger.
Not chips.
I hate to say this, Joe, but you're ruining the video.
I'm sorry.
Joseph, please.
It's actually just Joe. It's not Joseph.
Really?
It's just Joe.
Like by birth. That's so.
Yeah, it's actually just Phil, not Philip, as well.
Lie. Because look at this, and I'm going to show you right now. Frito-Lay, Canada. Yeah. You think I would lie to my audience, Joseph? Yeah, which he's lying about his name. No one is just Joe here by birth. Yeah. What does that say? Canada. Made in Fabrique au Canada. Yeah. So. Not Joseph. Get out of here, Joseph. You know what? Go focus on your concert. Okay. The premise of.
Damn, they should fucking get it over with. Sicko segment. So, Arrow Lucha, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna circle back to that stuff, man. Because right when I'm like, we're done talking about AAA, it's just more AAA stuff. I gotta tell you guys. So, MVP as well. He's got some shit to say. So we're gonna circle back to MVP and all of that. Okay. Triple H is said to not be a big fan of Money in the Bank prop as a whole. I mean, I don't blame him. I think it's once it became its own pay-per-view, it got played out. Now, some Money in the Bank pay-per-views have been so good in the years that followed that I like accept it now. But I think the Money in the Bank would be more effective like the Hell in a Cell. It's got to be maybe just a match and not its whole own event with matches surrounding it. Like they should just say, okay, every year at WrestleMania, or if they don't want to muddy it up there, they just say, okay, the Raw after Mania, we give out the Money in the Bank briefcase, and then it expires at the end, or like we have 2 matches, men and women, and those briefcases expire at the end of Mania, like the next year's Mania, and you just have it. The Money in the Bank matches are on the Raw after Mania every year, or like one on the Raw after Mania, one on the SmackDown after Mania. And then, yeah, that's how you kick off the year. Like the new year starts. Oh, someone new has the Money in the Bank. You might have had a rough year last year, but it's reset time, and now I can lay claim and whatever. I think that'd be the way to do it, and just don't make it a big event. But then now it's such Money in the Bank. The name itself is Money in the Bank now. And what I'm saying is fucking dumb. And I know that, chat. I'm just trying to spitball if Triple H wants to still, because Money in the Bank itself is value. You know, the event now has value. You could do it in Canada and have a fucking crazy turnout like they did, or, you know, do it wherever. And, it sells toys, or at least it did at one point, and it's sort of synonymous now with WWE. Like other companies have you win a briefcase with a thing inside. So I think it'd be hard to let it go. I do think I don't think it's necessary that because the men have something, the women get something too. You guys know what I mean? Like, just because the men have an IC title, the women don't need an IC title. Just because the men have tag titles and the women's tag division, you clearly don't give a fuck about. So just make a tag cup every year. They don't need a fucking tag belts then for me to go, well, why isn't there a division? You know? And same with the Money in the Bank. Like, maybe just let the ladies have one, because it seems to be like the lady cash-ins seem to hit more hard, whereas the guy ones seem to be more of placeholders. Like, to the point now where people are like, oh, Carrion needs the Money in the Bank. Okay, why? So that, like, why? Because it's like a title. It's like a visual. You're more over because you have this thing now, you know? But maybe they should just do it the Raw after Mania, or at Mania, just night 1, you do the ladies, night 2, you do the men's. Or vice versa, right? That's the fucking way to do it, and just get rid of the event as a whole if you're planning. Because I'm honestly down for like maybe less PLEs with a little bit more matches. Like you could do a little less PLEs. Well, it depends. I don't know. It's hard for me to even say that now because it's just all on Netflix. But remember when there was the big 4? Like UFC has this problem too. They do events. They do like 4 events a month or 3 events a month. And you're sitting there like, okay, before it used to be every 3 months, there was like a fight night and then a big pay-per-view, you know, or like every couple months, like every 2 months, there was a fight night. And then on the 3rd month, there was like a pay-per-view or whatever. however the fuck they do it. And it just made it feel a little more special. And so I like these events like the Worlds Collide. I like shit like that. When we get into the like, okay, the Chamber is a big deal, and the Rumble's a big deal, and Survivor Series War Games a big deal, and Money in the Bank's a big deal. It used to be the big four. Now there's like 6 or 7 huge deal shows, and I'm okay with it. And it's all on Netflix, so I'm not complaining like, oh, it's hard to watch or and like, trust me, I'm the fucking last one who complains about that. I enjoy watching wrestling, so I just enjoy hearing like the canvas clacking or MMA even. I'll just put fucking fights on and go to sleep, or I'll put matches on and go to sleep. Like, you know, I just enjoy it. So ultimately though, I'm with Triple H a little bit here. Like the Money in the Bank it got too big for its britches a little bit, you know, to where you can't get rid of it because it's such money in the bank in and of itself. However, I'm not like, if there wasn't a Money in the Bank PLE, would you guys cry? I know the IWC would, but let's be honest here. Would we all cry, or would we be kind of cool with that? I wouldn't be terribly mad at that. And then it's like a multi-man match at Mania. If they just did it both nights of Mania, multi-man match on Mania. You know what I mean? Stuff people won't cry as much. I don't know. Makes sense. So WWE Night of Champions 2025 tickets went on sale yesterday and sold out in less than 2 hours. This is a few days ago. 25,000 plus fans are going to pack the Kingdom Arena in Riyadh. So far, the only thing announced for the show is John Cena. So there you have it. Incredible stuff. WWE is reportedly planning to host the Tuesday, August 19 episode of NXT at the 2300 Arena in Philly, 1 week before AEW begins its 7-show residency in the same venue. That is so petty. And, you know, Triple H and Shawn Michaels and Nick Khan really don't like Tony Khan, and they are really, it's not about they're threatened or they're worried or anything. It's not about that. It's never been about that. Or else TNA would have been snuffed out this same way. You know what I mean? And people can go, well, they did counter program. I know, but they're like clearly going for the jugular here. Like they're clearly fucking with AEW, but it's because it's good for business. It's good for internet trends to look when people are searching up WWE versus AEW and blah, blah, blah. So what TNA did is they tried to, like, Dixie Carter wanted to work with WWE the whole fucking time. She just wanted to be at that level. She wasn't like a Bischoff. We want to take them out. Now, she was very defensive of TNA, and she defended, and not defensive in like a negative way, you know, maybe at some points. She was on Twitter, you know, Twitter Dixie, but she also was just defensive in like a company owner way, and like, you know, I got to hold it down for my guys and shit, which is respectable. That being said, she really just wanted to work with WWE. How do we know that? Well, she let them use footage whenever. They could say TNA whenever. She jumped at the opportunities to do documentaries with them and shit. We know that. And people don't have bad things really to say about Dixie other than her as like a boss, you know? And it's the same with Tony. But it's funny how the cult gets behind Tony Khan the way they do. But they're really going for the fucking jugular here out of pure pettiness, you know? Which you have to expect. Like, it's Shawn Michaels and Triple H. And so Tony just should have reserved all of those bald asshole comments. Tony Khan really shouldn't have been yelling about the Friday Night War. It's in court. Because now that what we're actually seeing, you know, because there's a narrative out there like, you know, WWE they're threatened by AEW right now. It's not that, man. Every wrestling company's feeling the effects of the wrestling boom other than AEW right now. Why? You know? What it is, though, is it's just the pettiness, man. Ultimately, at the end of the day, like Shawn Michaels will do the Montreal screw job. Okay, you can't call him bald asshole and all of these things and expect them to never try and come for the jugular. I think they're trying to clamp down now too and fuck with Tony to see if they can get him to melt down again. Like they're probably all laughing about this shit behind the scenes, you know. But at the same token, we're starting to see now AEW people feel threatened. And that's why you are seeing a lot of backlash and lashing out from guys like Ricochet. That's why you're seeing Dave. We're going to cover it in a bit. He's like coping so hard. Oh, what are you going to steal like 3,000 views away from them? 3,000 buys? Coping so hard over it. And it's like, he's just retreating, you know? It'll be waving the white flag sooner or later. And it is unfortunate, you know? And even the way, like, if you guys listen to Cody Rhodes and Brandy Rhodes and the way they talk about AEW, like on that pod, and they sit there and they're like, yeah, you know, we're proud of AEW and All In and all that. We're proud of that and all that shit. They talk about it, but it's like just the dismay, like the rinky dinkness of it. And I kind of feel bad, man, for the wrestlers because honestly, like Tony fucked them. And the way we're going to see, like, a lot of these wrestlers, I told you guys, the 2025 Exodus, when we get into AEW news, you're going to see all these. We got like 3 more names of people out the door, right? 3 more, dude. Well, 4, or let me think. Yeah, 3 with Mariah May. Yeah, so 3 more names out the door of AEW. And more coming, guys. I told you, the Exodus, right? No dirt sheets were telling you this because they're all trying to protect AEW. But yeah, dude, just the bald assholes, we're not Jim Crockett. Undertaker. Remember when Tony Khan trashed Undertaker and Cena and was like, for the first time, Undertaker and Cena didn't get 1 million viewers. It's like, bro, that shit right there. Undertaker works in NXT with these kids. He's like helping him, and Shawn Michaels are like really close, man, in Triple H. You guys ever see WrestleMania when they said end of an era and it was those 3 guys ending the era together because they're like best friends? You don't think this shit was going to come back and smack you in the face once like the dust is settled with the Vince shit? Because it is now. Like they've fully moved on. Well, how do we know that, Phil? Well, John Laurinaitis is snitching. Janelle's like flip-flopping around. Like who even knows what's going on? Vince has just announced he's got his new company and all this shit that's coming out, or he didn't announce it, but it's out there. And WWE now it's full-blown Triple H, Shawn Michaels. They don't have to worry about Vince ever coming back. And now they're just like, fuck it. We're just going to fuck with AEW now. More so Shawn Michaels, I think, than Triple H. But they are best friends. So these are guys who would lie and manipulate. And I'm not saying they're doing that now, or maybe they are. But listen, they were petty to people in the locker room. Maybe I won't say lie and manipulate. They were petty and shitty to people in the locker room their whole careers. You don't think they're going to go to Tom Petty levels to fuck with Tony Khan? It's not that they're threatened. You know what I mean? You can't be threatened by the company that was doing double as better than they were doing 6 years ago. Do you guys get what I'm saying? They were more threatened. Hey, guys, yeah, they were threatened 5 years ago when they kicked NXT's ass off TV and shit, okay? They're not threatened anymore. It's not that. Now this is pure, like, petty, we're just going to fuck with you stuff. And I'm here for it. They wanted the wrestling war. They're going to get the wrestling war. I want the wrestling war. But the reason I want the wrestling war is because I want AEW to step up. I don't want them to see them double down on fucking mistakes. That's what happened to WCW. They doubled down on the goofy bad shit. And they brought in Vince Russo and they doubled down on the we're going to let Hulk fucking run around, and you know what I mean? You can't do that, man. You got to fucking switch it up. And like, I would start with change your ropes from fucking white to, you know, like get your own identity, film your show differently, fucking so many different things you could do. But yeah, anyways, NXT super fucking wheezing the juice hard off AEW. But what's gonna happen is AEW's 7-show residency. How many seats are they set up for each show? Right? NXT is going to pack that shit to the tits, have a bunch of ECW legends, do all this crazy shit, and then AEW is going to have like Rhino and Hologram team up again or whatever. Anyways, Coach, I spent a lot of time on that. Coach says, wrestling Twitter is hilarious. They take 2 sentences, then run with it, and it mushrooms out of control. All I said is my sources told me that Vince is looking to reinvest his money. Clearly, that is accurate. Also, I asked if WWE came available, that be something he would be interested in. I was told yes. At no point have I ever said Vince is buying WWE, nor did I ever say TKO wants to sell. If you listen to the whole pod, I said if things went bad for the next 3 to 5 years and Vince put everything behind him, that it's possible he would want to buy it back. Okay, well, that's fair enough then. If that's what Coach said, I'll take his word for that. But yeah, he launched this company. He's not trying to fucking buy back WWE. Saturday night's main event did big numbers this past Saturday, pulling in their strongest ratings since the series returned last December. So 1.9 million viewers, 32% from their last show, 0.5. Right? The number showed is number 2 for night in the blah, 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 and the NBA playoff game is on. So there you go. Place number 4, some shit. They got a nice little bump there. Shout out SNME. It was a pretty good show. Glorified house show. The ending was very impactful, you know? So I tweeted this and had sickos just melt down. And I had time that day. I was like, oh, I'm going to go on Twitter and just argue with everyone. And so, yeah, AEW versus NXT outdrew AAA rather versus NXT outdrew Double or Nothing. So basically, Worlds Collide sold more tickets than Double or Nothing. And then people were like, it's in LA, dumbass. Double or Nothing's in Arizona. And I'm like, okay, so let me just ask you then. If SummerSlam, because Double or Nothing is either the WrestleMania or SummerSlam of AEW. I say All In is the WrestleMania of AEW. I think it surpassed Double or Nothing a while ago. Double or Nothing's got to be at least the SummerSlam level event for AEW. If SummerSlam was in Arizona and AEW versus CMLL versus ROH was in LA, what show would draw more? There you go, dumb fucks. Just destroyed your whole, well, it was in Arizona. It was you're missing the point. The point is that your biggest show, if AEW is a challenger brand, then their SummerSlam level show should do at least, I don't know, Raw level ticket sales. At least, right? Backlash level ticket sales, to say the least. So that's the point that it is, right? So just ask yourself, if SummerSlam went to Arizona, would it sell more than AEW versus ROH versus CMLL? Yes, it would. And people are saying, oh, but Arena Mexico. Well, Arena Mexico sells out all the time. And we put it over on the show. AEW beat WWE to the punch there. Why? Why did they beat them to the punch? Because instead of a partnership, WWE was buying a fucking whole wrestling company. And as I explained on the show, it's not about being first all the time. UFC wasn't the first on NBC to have fucking fights. They weren't the first to do a lot of shit. They weren't the first in Paris or New York, but they're the ones who got it legalized there, and they're the ones who put on the biggest and best shows and hold the fucking record gates there. If they announced Arena Mexico, AAA WWE show, it would sell out in minutes, sell out in moments, okay? And you're going to start to see that. And the cheat code for WWE with the AAA stuff is they're drawing already, but WWE, like Mexico wants TV there so bad, they want Raws and shit there. The cheat code is, okay, we just really got to market this AAA shit to America. We already have NXT and YouTube and all that shit where we can do it. Like, it's really, I mean, it's all right there. So this show shouldn't be outdrawing Double or Nothing. I'm sorry. And if you are like, oh, it doesn't matter, whatever, like, I don't know. I just want to see WWF versus WCW again. I want to see AEW do good. I know you fucking sickos don't, but I really, really fucking do. And yeah, that just got a lot of people mad at me. So NXT got 650K viewers, beating out Dynamite that had 636, I guess. So good for them. Very close, neck and neck there. And I posted this again. So at Money in the Bank, there will be an announcement, probably in regards to AAA. I don't know what it is. No dirt sheets are talking about that. Phil Marks, the premier dirt sheet in the IWC, has said that a long time ago. I get like 10 likes, 20 measly likes on this. I even liked and retweeted my own shit. So I'm trying to get people. I'm telling y'all, WWE are planning another AAA focused crossover show. Okay, so this is fucking, I don't know, are we breaking news? I'm not a dirt sheet, but like, okay. This one's already considered a huge success. Visas, so work visas, kept some bigger lucha names off of this Worlds Collide show that they were trying to use. But they should all be on the next one. And so just be ready for that. Okay. And you heard it here first when the sheets are like, oh, we have word that inside sources say, then none of them said it. None of them know about any of this stuff. So Mark Henry is hoping WWE gets the Wyatt Sicks right this time around. And I agree with him, man. So on SmackDown, again, what did the Wyatt Sicks do after everyone's like, oh, they're whatever? They just came out and did the same shit. Nikki Cross jumped on fucking Candice LeRae. They brawled out all the tag teams. Right? The same exact thing the week later. They did the same thing. So I don't know, man. I think that honest to God, we need to keep an eye on this. Like, I'm not letting Triple H and HBK slide with this fucking mediocre booking of some of these dudes because fucking we're in an ebb here. We're in an ebbs here, right? Where we're fucking building up again. Like, if we don't ramp up correctly before SummerSlam, you chill, you coast until Money in the Bank. I'll give them that. But I'm keeping an eye here. Like, it's all good. I told you guys I enjoyed SmackDown. It was what it was. This didn't ruin the whole show. And obviously they're getting over the fact that there's going to be like an 8-man tag or a 10-man tag mixed or something. Fucking something down. I don't know. Or again, like the Wyatt Sicks break into two teams of two themselves and fucking like, I just don't really know what they're doing. It'll probably just be like Uncle Howdy in the corner or like them 4 against DIY and then 2 other dudes with Candice or something. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. But you can coast till Money in the Bank. After Money in the Bank going to SummerSlam, you got to ramp that shit up again, daddy. And I'm keeping a fucking eye on you, Hunter and Hickenbottom. Okay? I'm keeping a fucking eye on you guys. Okay? Start pulling a fucking Dana White on us over here. So Raj Giri says, by the way, these numbers don't include the Peacock simulcast, but there you go. So yeah, Metro Boomin, it was announced. Triple H said it straight up. He's gonna work on some beats for them. So good shit, pal. This match was made official, and people are melting down about Karrion Kross as well. So I want to read you guys something that I was sent. I want to read you guys something I was sent. Let me see here. So people are melting down about Karrion Kross. I was sent this just out of the blue, completely unprovoked. I got a message saying, apparently Kross and WWE have agreed to terms. Don't know if that means he's officially signed, but it's looking really good. So I don't know. And again, remember how Drew McIntyre kept getting fucked over and fucked over and fucked over, and now he's bigger than the title. Drew's at a point where if you give him the title, it almost like diminishes what you're doing with him, you know? Like LA Knight, you slap the title on him, it kind of just like holds him back because then he has to be in #1 contender shit with Andrade when really it's just, well, LA Knight, should give him the Money in the Bank too, like him or Kross, you know? But Kross doesn't even get a qualifier. So Punk, AJ, and El Grande Americano, though, this is like a goated Money in the Bank qualifier match. This is crazy. These 3 names, like holy shit, in a triple threat to qualify for the Money in the Bank. But at the same token, man, if the Money in the Bank is just a thing, see, Money in the Bank can be used to get people who like need to be put back in the mix, or to get people who weren't in the mix, or to take someone out of the mix for a bit so that you can put them back in the mix. The problem is that if this whole fucking Money in the Bank thing is just to get Punk and Rollins in the Money in the Bank match together, I don't know, bro. I'm gonna fucking probably boo-boo all over that. I'm just letting you guys know. Like, it's already fucking dumb that Seth is in the Money in the Bank to begin with. Hey, I did all of this shit and backstabbed everyone and beat Roman, who realistically is like the #1 contender of the universe. You know, you beat Roman, you challenge for any title in this galaxy, pretty much. And I fucking fucked him over and did all this shit and beat Punk and blah, blah, blah. This triple threat match, I won against Punk and Roman just so I could maybe get in the Money in the Bank through a qualifier, then maybe win the Money in the Bank, and then cash in and maybe win the title if I don't fuck up. Like, that's pretty fucking dumb for him to get Breaker and Bronson and do all that, and then you beat Punk and Roman at Mania, and you have to do all this still to get to what? The title? What the fuck? I'm sorry, but nah, booking, I'm telling you, people aren't off base when they're like, yo, this shit is not on point. When they do the whole doom and gloom, it's just the... Nah, but we got the whole Seth shit is whack. I'm not going to lie. Like, I like the alliance. I like him with Heyman. I like him with Breaker. I like him with Bronson and shit. I like the visual. I like what they're doing. But just, if you're following the story of it, it is shit. It is like, what's going on here, man? You had fucking everything was cooking up until Mania. And then, like, on SmackDown, you have Cody Rhodes bringing up, and the final boss deal isn't off the table. No one wants that. Oh, I could still sell my soul. Oh, could you? Could you really?
Shut up, bitch.
No one wants that. We're all over that, bro. So I don't know. I think, I think WWE needs to hire me as a writer. I'll turn this whole ship around. We'll do even better bit. We'll do 30% more. No, I'm excited for this match, though. Like, as a mark, I'm like, holy shit, what kind of fucking craziness is this? So, and I'm cool, man. I'm cool with the big names and the Money in the Bank, but it just seems like we're really doing all this just to get to more Punk Rollins drama over the briefcase. Then what? Are they going to fight over the briefcase in a match? If I win, I get your briefcase in Chicago. You know, like, is that what you guys are going to really do? You know, it's going to be some shit like that. I'm telling you. And I don't want that at all. Could just put it on fucking Cross or LA Knight or one of these dudes. Wade Barrett forgot his mic as Jey Uso was yeeting. And man, this crowd went crazy.
Man, you're going to see that view behind us. Look at this shit.
Look at this shit. And then he gets told we're on air. You can see him. He's like, oh, fuck. Yeah, listen to that again. See that view behind us. Look at this shit. Look at this. Yeah, it's okay. You guys are allowed like 2 or 3. What is it, 2 or 3? So Dr. Chris Featherstone was like, I was given word from a source close to the situation that Vince McMahon is interested in buying back WWE. I received more details, but we will see how this develops. I think like Sean Ross Sapp is beefing with this guy too. I should get him on the show, for fuck's sakes. I'm going to DM him tomorrow. Okay? Because we were talking before. And I would love to just ask him about all these things he's getting wrong. And then and then say, what's your beef with Sapp? Or like, what's going on there? A longtime company employee believed that if WWE does run WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, and this is per Fightful, it will be later in a year and be called along the lines of Super WrestleMania, Brian. I was like, yo, who named this shit Dave? Well, Super Wrestlers, Dave Meltzer. Oh, it's a Super WrestleMania. What the fuck, man? Oh, man. Here we go. Moving along here. Here is happy birthday to Montez Ford. He turned 35.
Happy birthday to you. Oh. Happy birthday to you.
Dude's 2 years older than me, abbed up way nicelier, dude. I wish. That's some good fucking genetics right there.
Unk status.
Happy birthday, dear kid. Casey.
Test.
Birthday to you.
Y'all know he an unk, right?
And then Dawkins. Oh, I didn't see that part. Oh shit. Y'all know he an unk. Dawkins is there. Of course he is. What are they drinking? That's what interests me. Okay, we have Coca-Cola, not diet. We have a Miller Lite. I see some red wine. What is that? Is that a looks like a Cab Sav or something? I can't. And then you have a it's hard to see. That's a Bullet Bourbon bottle right there.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hey, may God bless you. May God.
Happy birthday, motherfucker. Current tag champ. And hopefully Metro Boomin jumps on that remix. So Steph Vaquer, it's officially announced by Adam Pearce and his puppy that Steph Vaquer is on the Raw roster. So yeah, fast track again. Phil don't miss. Julia was fast track. Steph was fast track. Jordan, now I think she could stay in NXT for a while, but if these dirt sheets were all right about what brands everyone ended up on thus far, and apparently Ricky Saints is getting called up really quick again. Him and Ethan Page, I said, yeah, you fast track them too. Ethan Page seems like he's spending more time down there, but he's been on SmackDown like 2 or 3 times now. So I think Saints is going to come up. Page will drop that title, and then he'll be up as well, like right after. But I would probably suspect they're on different brands. Maybe. I don't know. I could almost see them like forming some sort of an alliance on a brand together with someone else. You know, maybe when Cody Rhodes turns heel eventually.
All right, everybody, it is your Raw GM Adam Pearce with a bit of breaking news on a Friday. After a lengthy negotiation, I am proud to announce the newest member of the Monday Night Raw roster, Stephanie Vaquer, and she will be live in Tulsa this Monday in Money in the Bank qualifying action against Ivy Nile and Liv Morgan. She's jumping headlong into things. Stephanie, we are beyond elated to have you on Raw and excited for your future.
Put the Money in the Bank on her. Is that what he just said? She's going to be in a money. Yeah. We'll face Liv. Yeah. And a Money in the Bank qualifier. Yeah. And then Liv tag champ. But I get a Money in the Bank shot. Fucking. Ugh. Anyways. Yeah. Steph, she should just win Money in the Bank. Her first go. And hang on to that briefcase for a bit. And then fucking take off with it. So the AAA Vikingo Alberto, okay, we'll get back to that. AEW's Ricochet reacts to fans' frustration surrounding the booking of Carmelo Hayes. And this isn't a fan, Victor Taylor Perry. Like, listen to what he says. Last night's loss was frustrating enough that I turned the show off and went straight to bed. I still don't have the exact words, but I do know this. Carmelo Hayes deserves more than what he's being given over the past year. He's proven he can elevate anything he's handed with a mix of humility and undeniable confidence. Yet somehow it feels like we haven't moved forward since last year's draft. I'll stay patient, but at some point something has to give. Okay, what do you want from him? So you want him to be the world champion. Is that it? Like, just he's on SmackDown every week for the last year. Okay? He's going to feud Miz eventually. Maybe him and Trick get paired up again, and then they can really start cooking like they were. But, like, I don't know why people don't understand, like, okay, if Shinsuke's never the world champ, that's not a big deal, and he's one of my favorite wrestlers. It's not a big deal if he doesn't ever become world champ and shit. Like, I don't understand, man. If Hayes is this good, then he'll continue to be this good. But this guy goes, I'll stay patient, but at some point something has to give. You'll stay patient, but you fucking turned the show off and went to bed because he lost. Do you think Hayes is happy that you turn off all of SmackDown How do you know he didn't have a run-in later where he completely redeemed himself or something? It's just like, no, you're just being like you're just like virtue signaling. You're just fucking feigning outrage, I guess. Not virtue signaling. Maybe it's a bit of that, but it's just feigning outrage. And then Ricochet's like, he works for WWE. That's the prize. That's the reward. Shouldn't that be enough? He works for the biggest promotion in the world. They make the most money and get the most views. That should be enough. What does he want? More? Sounds selfish to me. Well, we're not talking about what Carmelo wants, bro. He just won the Andre Memorial Battle Royal. He has the big Dre chain. Miz is behind him. Like, Miz is a huge name in the industry. He's eventually going to kick Miz's ass. Sounds selfish to me. I know Ricochet's trolling, but it's like a bunch of these dumb fucking idiots who can't think for themselves. You're going to parrot this shit, Ricochet. You know? And then when you confront Ricochet in person, he just goes, well, it's a work. And it's like, well, I hope you know Carmelo. Like, I hope you call him on the phone. Like, how do you know? They weren't even talking about what he wants. We don't know what Carmelo wants. Right? Like, maybe Carmelo is like, I just want to have a long career and travel the world. I just want a shot. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to be world champ. I don't give or like, yeah, I want to try and be world champ, but I'll fucking like, we don't know what he wants, bro. Like, that's the fucking thing. So it's just, again, feigning outrage, and I just don't know what people expect of Carmelo. He's been on the roster like a year. People just want it all right now, man. Like, think about how long Stone Cold had to fucking grind his way through WCW and WWF and ECW even to fucking, I mean, he was only there for a little bit, but all over the world, man, and like all over America, Austin had to grind for like years before he got his shot, you know? And you're in like a really bloated company, and it's like, what do you think will happen? He'll go to where? TNA and fucking be a world champ? Maybe, man. Where will he go? AEW, and then what? Not be world champ either? Like, Ricochet, you're not going to be world champ either in AEW. So what's the prize going over there? Oh, you get to wrestle matches and have fun and make money. Okay, that's what Carmelo's doing as well. So what's the difference, right? Like, just because you get to win all your matches now, because Tony has a boner for you, whereas before you lost all your matches. Meanwhile, Melo is like, he's won so much shit. He wins all the time. He's one of like the top NXT guys in the history of NXT. If you really break down like who are the GOATs of NXT, he's up there in that fucking conversation. And then on the main roster, he wins enough as well. Like, he's in the conversation, won the Dre, you know what I mean? So it's like, what's the difference, Ricochet, that he's wrestling on this show and not that show? Like, it's the exact same thing. Or are you guys talking about title belts? Okay, well, you're going to be TNT champ, Ricochet. That's the fucking furthest you'll get. So who cares? You know, where's he going to go and get featured on TV more? That is the prize, because you're trying to fucking be him, right? So you can't be him in the KHL. You know what I mean? You can in the KHL, but like in hockey as a whole, Connor fucking McDavid. Okay. Yes, I'm on that hockey tip lately. If you guys can't tell, we're in the finals again. We're really going to kick Florida's ass this year. But anyways, yeah. So Melo wants to be him in the top fucking place where you become him, you know? So Kathy Kelly will appear in the movie called Karate Ghost, which recently entered production. From director James Mark, this martial arts comedy will follow a lonely teen who forms an unlikely bond with the ghost of his late father's favorite action hero. And it's called Karate Ghost. It's kind of like Time Cop, but Karate Ghost. I think that this sounds like a terrible piece of shit. It sounds like one of those movies that nobody heard of, or like you saw once when you were a kid, but you didn't know what it was called. And then all of a sudden it's on Disney Plus one day when you're scrolling and you're like, oh shit, you know, it's on like fucking Plex or one of these like free streamer apps. And you're like, oh shit, that movie. So yeah, hopefully everyone tunes into Karate Ghost. So WWE Hall of Fame hopefuls Demolition, Axe, and Smash have secured a significant 6-year Legends contract with WWE, which includes plans for new appearances in a wide range of merchandise, video games, Conan in the next video game. Edie explained that the deal encompasses action figures not only for Demolition, but various other iconic wrestling personas, including Masked Superstar, Crusher Khrushchev, dude, Repo Man, The Machines. He also mentioned the potential for DVDs and other project DVDs.
Are you sure about that?
DVDs, man. I love it. Shout them out. Round of applause for them. I'm going to check in with chat, then we're going to get into our big breaking stories here. DVDs. Plenty and picks up for 10 says, just saying, if AEW fans were confident in their brand's performance, they wouldn't be worried about stuff like this. Yeah, so you guys will notice, like, they're getting scared now. And they talked all this shit, so then WWE is saying, okay, you want to see scared? And then now they're like, oh, fuck. And even Dave's like, well, what would it do? I mean, 3,000 tick. I mean, they shouldn't even compete. What are they going to take 3,000 away? Because he realizes, oh, I fucked up. It's called fuck around and find out. Talk shit, get hit. They talked so much shit, okay? And now WWE's just like, fuck it. And now, like, you're just seeing the retreat and the, like, utter sickoness. Now, the sickos, it's not about, like, the uber sickos are just, like, trying to cancel and dox each other online. Do you guys see this shit? Like, now it's not even about wrestling opinions or anything. It's just sickos, like, trying to cancel and fucking dox each other over, like, Mariah May going to WWE and shit. That's literally what's going on. It's retarded. And we really need to move away from that. You know what I mean? Like, we need to, that's why the sicko segment, I've done such a good job of making it so fun and funny and good as of late. Cause I'm like, I really need to be a community leader in this, you know, because, like, motherfuckers just don't understand. Like, it's getting real weird out there. And why? Because they're legit just worried. Okay, sickos are fucking worried because now, and even Dave, he's like waving the white flag. We're going to get into it in a bit. And it's because he realizes now, like, Dave was the one talking about competition's great. This is amazing. Competition is amazing. Right? It's all good. Competition, it's the best. Challenger brand. Harvey Weinstein. Tony Khan, Harvey Weinstein, and fucking bald assholes. All this shit, man. Now they're like, all right. You fuck around, you find out, you meet at that point, and now they're just going to start fucking with them, and people are going to freak out about that. It's going to get ugly out there. And the trick is just, you know, post your shit, stand on your business, don't get caught up arguing, unless you got some time. Like, obviously, I got a shitload of hits just arguing with some marks. The other day, I was like, I legit have like 2 hours. I'm just going to argue with everyone. So it's pretty fun, actually. But, you know, at the end of the day, definitely, yeah, just fucking, you're right, they would not be worried about it, so you wouldn't see such a crazy meltdown from the IWC, and people literally saying shit, and I think it's in the sicko segment, people literally saying, don't watch AEW, their own fans saying, don't watch it then, don't watch the pre-show if the pay-per-views are too long. That's what they're saying now. What did I tell you guys? They're gonna eat themselves. They're their worst enemy. There's this one dude telling everyone, he's like, I don't care if AEW doesn't sell tickets and goes out of business and shit. I'll just fucking, there's another company will come around. Why should I care about ticket sales and views and shit? And it's like, damn, man, imagine a sports team saying, hey, why should I care if fucking the Edmonton Oilers can't sell tickets? Well, because they might not be around anymore. Like, and that's what I'm saying. These people like Move Corn. With a C, dude. Move Corn, okay? YouTube algo. Move Corn. They just want to watch people do moves to each other. They don't fucking really care. A big portion of them, and I've been on this for a long time, and just like I was on they're illegally streaming it. Boom. We proved that with Dave's own. He wanted to pull out Google metrics. Okay. AEW Double or Nothing, the number one search was people looking for it for free, and the number 4 search was people looking for it for free. So I don't know, man. Jay Gonzalez for 5 says Metro Phoenix has 5 million residents, 10th largest market in U.S. cope. Who's coping though, Jay Gonzalez? Sorry, me. I'm not coping. But that other person definitely coping. Yes, when it comes to the whole L.A. Phoenix argument. The point is, other than Alaska, if you put SummerSlam anywhere in America, it would outdraw AEW, ROH, CMLL in LA as it stands right now, especially a middle of the day YouTube show with NXT people. And this was so funny. People were like, no, it's WWE as a whole. Why? Because they put WWE in front of it. So WWE Battleground isn't an NXT show. No, Chad Gable and Los Garzas isn't WWE as a whole. It's not John Cena and Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins versus fucking Dr. Wagner Jr. and Psycho Clown and shit. That's not what's going on here, folks, okay? It's fucking Los Garzas. And Rey Mysterio is going to come out, cut a promo or something, all right? That's what's going to happen. So, I mean, let's get real here. That should not be outdrawing. That should not sell more tickets than fucking Double or Nothing. Sean Garner for 2 says, will there be a WWE draft? I have no clue. I'm not a fucking dirt sheet again, guys. Like, I don't know. I really don't like poke around and ask shit. But I've been curious about that too. You know, so I would just say fucking, I hope not, honestly, because that's just gonna it's just gonna add a layer of like of wonkiness that's gonna fuck up storylines and shit. They're already, in my opinion, if you don't do it before Money in the Bank, like, is there a point of even doing it? You know, that's my thoughts. George Capture for 5 says, Phil, earlier Sean Garner sent in a $2 super chat about the draft. I just got it now, George. So I don't know what the fuck happened. It just showed up. A little StreamYard glitch there or something. Glitch in the Matrix. So thank you all for super chatting in. Guys, we have some big news to get to right now. Let's definitely continue to become members for 99 cents. Check me out on Patreon. Members only streams on Mondays. Patreon videos exclusive on Patreon. Fun ones on every Monday. Also, Husey will be on the podcast this week. He is my guest, and we're linking up tomorrow, and it's going to be a blast. So make sure you guys stay locked in here. And yeah, we're about to get into some serious super chats are welcome too. And it's the best way to get me to see, or you can ask me whatever and support what the fuck I do, or just hit like, spit at your computer screen, hug it, blow me a kiss, whatever you got to do. But like or subscribes is cool too. Retweet, whatever you got to do. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. Love you guys. Vote in my poll too. Is it a mistake for Mariah May to leave AEW? Honestly, because yeah, I could see the argument. I could argue it myself that maybe it is, but we'll talk about that in a bit. A lot of people, oh, come on now, Phil. Right? So we have a couple of big stories here, okay? MVP says that he has zero respect for Triple H. Now, I wasn't too shocked reading this. MVP doesn't have respect for a couple of guys he wrestled alongside for a while there in WWE. Some of the most politicking guys. And I think that's sort of the common theme. So Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and Chris Jericho being one of them. He doesn't like Chris Jericho either. And everybody knows Jericho is like the most politicky dude ever backstage in WWE and likely in AEW. He can just do whatever he wants, though. Except for date Kylie Ray or whatever, allegedly. I don't know. I'm being a dick. Anyways, so he has zero respect for Triple H. And so, guys, this is what no one's talking about. I shed some light on it. I've been saying it for a long time since we first saw rumors of MVP, like on Instagram. Not rumors, rather, like we got inklings of him being like, I don't really like Triple H and shit. And I had brought up, man, this stems from when they were in the locker room together way back when, and the politicking shit. Like it stems from before it was like him getting in power, although Triple H getting in power didn't help much. But also Bobby Lashley was on huge Vince McMahon money. He was a Vince guy. you know? And as I explained earlier, Hurt Syndicate during the pandemic, Hurt Syndicate, or Hurt Business rather, that was to appease Bobby Lashley. Vince didn't put the Hurt Business back together either. Why? Because he doesn't really give a fuck about MVP or Shelton Benjamin. You gotta be perfectly honest with that, you know? Maybe MVP a little bit, but he didn't give a fuck about Cedric Alexander either. And the Hurt Business never came back because Lashley was willing to come to work, and Vince was like, okay, top guy who can come to work. Who do you want to work with? What do you want to do? It's the pandemic. We're on limited shit here. And that's why fucking Roman started doing his family shit as well. Because who do you want to work with? Well, me and my fucking cousins will come to work, and da-da-da-da-da. That's how that all went down. I need everybody to understand that. So, MVP had this to say. Let's just say this. Bobby Lashley was a 2-time WWE champion, and after he took over, Bobby Lashley was reduced to the mid-card. Bobby Lashley is a bankable, marketable guy, and 2-time WWE champion got reduced to mid-card, whatever. Okay. The fucking MJF, the guy in your group. Fucking mid-card guy. What are you talking about? Lashley's a tag champion with Shelton Benjamin, doing glorified squash matches. He just wrestled fucking Goldust and Sammy Guevara for the tag titles in a lower mid match. This is what I mean. I hate when these motherfuckers go to AEW and just start saying dumb shit. You're not allowed to say this dumb. And yeah, I'm calling it dumb. I don't give a fuck. You're not allowed to say this shit now. Or you're allowed to say whatever you want. But it comes across fucking very like phony or just ridiculous when it's like, Lashley's a tag champ right now wrestling Goldust in the mid-lower card on this pay-per-view. The fuck that just happened? The fuck you talking about? MJF is a 2-time or 1-time AEW world champion who's been a mid-card guy literally wrestling Jeff Jarrett and Goldust. Literally. And now he's in your group that's wrestling Goldust with the tag titles. The fuck are you talking about, man? So this is what I mean. You're not really mad about this. You don't really care about this. You're using this so the fans go, yeah, that is right. Lashley, how dare. You're using Lashley as like your shield in this one. Because you don't actually think this because you're in a new company and you could argue you're in a worse position. What I said specifically in response to the person on my Instagram page was that you see it. It's my opinion of how he chooses to book certain talents. Some people say that all the time. Oh, MVP is just griping. MVP is just crying. No, I don't think it's griping or crying. I just think you're not saying what you really want to say. Okay, we'll just watch the program. Who are the people in the top spots under his leadership? Who are the people in the top spots under Tony Khan's leadership? They've had one black world champion. Are you trying to go to the black thing, MVP? Because they've had one black world champion and the fans had to fucking melt down and scream and cry for it. And it came months later than everyone wanted it with Swerve. So, like, what are you really talking about, man? If you're trying to go there, no, dude, we cannot go there with this, okay? Who were given the opportunities. And I'm not talking about NXT. I'm talking about the main show. So you're going to separate the two now. I have my opinions based on my personal experiences, and that's fair. That's what we don't know, and I think he's just not saying what he really thinks. And at some point on my podcast and my YouTube show, I'll talk about it. See, there you go. On his show, he'll talk about the shit, but he's not really saying what he means here. And I'll go in depth about what my issues are with that man. And I'll be honest with you, my issues with him have nothing to do with race. Okay, well, it kind of came across like that's what you were trying to say. So then, okay, so if it wasn't about race, look at the people he put on top, and I'm not talking NXT. So just not Bobby Lashley then, and you don't like that. So John Cena and Cody Rhodes, and so like Cody Rhodes wasn't one of the top guys in the company you work for now. CM Punk is one of the top guys. That's not good enough for you. He was just the top guy in the company you're in now. Right? I don't really know what you're talking about, MVP. I think you're just talking out your ass here. My issues have to do with him as a person and our personal interactions. There you go. See, it's personal. It has nothing to do with all this other shit, this objective business shit that you're trying to insert into this. It's your subjective interpersonal dynamic between you and Triple H. So say that. But I'll get into that on my show, marking out with it. Well, that's gimmick infringement, brother. You'll be hearing from my lawyers. No.
Are you sure about that?
No. And Dwayne Swayze. So yeah, he alleged as well, and for some reason it's not in here. So maybe it was deleted, the post or something, but I thought it was in here. But he also alleged that at one point Triple H had called him the N-word, and that Triple H had gotten the pass for the N-word. I swear I had it bookmarked, but Triple H said he got the pass from Virgil back in the day, which, by the way, that doesn't mean shit. Okay. I have a black friend who told me, you get a pass around me and shit. I would never use it. It's cringe. I know if you live in Canada, I know Indigenous people who use the N-word all the time, just like in America, there are Latino people who use the N-word all the time. You know what I mean? There's Samoans who use it all the time. There's some cultures, I guess, where they do it. I was never down or whatever, but if your friend gives you a pass, that doesn't mean you can just go to a group of random black dudes and then use the N-word. You guys know what I'm saying? The pass is not like, it's not a real thing. You understand? It's like wrestling, right? It's like it's only in your mind. If you're like a white dude in Florida who needs to like feel certified, you know, doesn't mean like you should just use that word, right? So if that's true on Triple H's end, that's fucked up. But again, that's one guy's story. So ultimately, whether that's true, that remains to be seen. But yeah, if that did happen, that's for sure when Triple H was a talent, you know. And it's like Hulk Hogan. He's like, bro, well, let me tell you something, dude. We all used to use that word, brother. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see as the story develops. He's launching a YouTube show, and that's why he went hard in the paint on Triple H. Let's just be perfectly clear and honest there, right, chat? That's why he went hard in the paint. That's going to get him his first episode. People are going to be like, oh my God, they're all going to tune in to see what he has to say, you know? So, and if people want to point as well to when like DX did blackface, okay. And if they want to point to the Triple H Booker T feud, okay. And then if this story turns out to be true, okay, we might have a problem. That's all I'm saying. But hey, that's all just one guy saying shit, trying to hype up his pod. So we'll see. I'm not like hating on MVP. I think he's awesome still. I think Hurt Syndicate is worth watching in AEW. But something happens where motherfuckers start coping really hard when they go to AEW. Honest to God, man, and it's clear like shit just didn't work out for them in WWE the way they thought. And so they're coping by like just taking as much money as they can in AEW. But the proof is in the pudding with Ricochet and with MVP, what he's saying, and like Will Ospreay, that that's the proof right there. They're the way they have been conducting themselves. It's proof that money doesn't, well, it's this old saying, money doesn't buy happiness or whatever. And I know that's bullshit. Like me right now, if I had $1 million, I'd be so happy, you know? But you guys get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't fill that void. Like, what they really wanted was to make it in wrestling, and their fucking dreams they got told no, a door shut in their face. Right, which is someone who's a writer and who's auditioned for shit and stuff. I mean, you got rejection is fucking, you got to have thick skin, man. And these people got rejected. You know, like Will Ospreay, he just like, I'm just gonna take all the money up front. But you can tell he just can't stop talking about WWE and coping, because in his soul it doesn't sit right. Like, he knows he's not the best. He knows he took the easy road, is just take all this upfront money and then, you know, like not try and prove it. Then can I be among the immortals, among the greats? You know, that won't ever be fulfilled. And then some of these people just sound bitter, like who've never been there. Like Eddie Kingston, he tried out, then he talks shit. You're just bitter. And that's the thing. It comes across a little bitter with MVP. But if there was like a real racial thing there, then okay, I'm not gonna like deny him. Someone called you the N-word, bro, punch him in the fucking face. You know, I'm not ever gonna say, you know, disagree with you on that one. But But yeah, all I'm saying is that it seems like the WWE shit, they're sort of just coping. Like, yeah, getting all that money up front is good, but you notice the people like Sonya Deville goes and works with Invicta and TNA, and she doesn't have any bad shit to say. You know, she's not coping over like what she thought she could have done. I know Ricochet wants to just go beat everyone and win all the time now, and fucking, you know, and he wasn't doing that before, but like that's not everyone's job to put on like the best wrestling show and shit. Not everybody can win all the time. Just ask Mark Briscoe, who you all have no problem beating. That's what's crazy. You all will talk shit about what does Carmelo Hayes want? Well, what does Mark Briscoe want? Dude's brother had to die for them to give him a shot, and everyone just beats him to dust all the time. And you all have no problem doing that. Like, it's not, none of these people really believe the shit they're saying. Especially Will Ospreay. That dude copes harder than anybody. But anyways, though, not about AEW. We're still in WWE news. So as I told you guys earlier, at Money in the Bank, there will be an announcement. No dirt sheets are talking about this because they're clowns. There will be an announcement at Money in the Bank. I don't know. Hopefully they bought a Japanese company, or hopefully they're announcing some sort of an arena show in Mexico or something. I have no clue. But also, they're planning another AAA crossover show. Now, you got to put that in brackets because they own AAA, or they're 51% owners. So it's like, to say WWE is going to do another AAA crossover show, it's like, yeah, no shit, they own it, you know? So it's not really even but like a AAA crossover marketed focus show, you know what I mean? Where it's marketed like it's AAA crossing over with the Fed. They're planning another one because this one was already such a huge success. I don't know when that'll get announced or whatever, but that's facts right there. I don't think any sheets are on that one either. And just in some other news here from Lucha Blog, shout him out, who's been doing tremendous work covering the whole AAA, WWE, all that stuff. He says the AAA Vikingo Alberto match streams on Max tonight, but only in Mexico and a couple of other LATM countries. There's currently no way to legally watch the show live in the US or Canada. Maybe it'll be on YouTube. He followed up and said it might be on YouTube. Interesting, though, AAA is on Max, though, no? So we have WWE guys scrapping it out on Max tonight. I wonder what the numbers are. Add 30%, Brian. Add 30% for Vikingo. You know that's what Dave would do if this was AEW. So keep an eye on that. I'd love to see if numbers get released for that or anything. And another aspect of WWE moving into Mexico is there's some like drama afoot here. So Aero Lucha sent out an email announcing that they're dissolving as a company, and their claims are that WWE buying AAA makes it impossible for them to succeed as an indie. Fan investors will not get any more money, will not get any of their money back. It's all gone. So fans invested in this thing, this like indie fed, and then they just claimed we got to go out of business because WWE, and then they just took off. I mean, people invested in this, and Lucha Blog on the side here saying outscooped Sean Ross Sapp on the only important story in wrestling by dogged reporting. Someone sent me the email. And this is what I mean. I'm outscooping all you motherfuckers, even Lucha Blog, with the sale of AAA and Hot Lucha Summer and these announcements coming up and the next AAA show they're already working on. I'm outscooping the dirt sheets, bro. So shout out Lucha Blog as well. Even though people call him, they're like, you just hate the Fed and shit. I don't know why. He's just a Lucha fan. Leave him alone. Who cares if he doesn't like WWE? He doesn't sit there and go like, fuck the Fed, man. Like, he just talks about Lucha. Shut the fuck up. Like, anyways, this email was sent out. Your investment in Aero Lucha Inc. will be a loss. The company had no residual assets after debts. You may be able to claim a capital loss or even an ordinary loss, depending on your situation. You should consult your CPA for specific guidance based on your tax profile. Again, this is not the outcome we desired, etc. They blamed it on WWE, though. We have some follow-up here. This guy says the last event this unknown company had was in 2018. Holy shit, you suck as a journalist with your corny Fed bad bias. I don't even know if Lucha Blog's really a journalist like that. I guess you could say he is, the way people say I'm a journalist or a reporter, right? Because people are like, well, you do report the news, but I'm not trying to like break reports and shit, but I guess I do in a way. So maybe Lucha Blog is in that way. But where's the fed bad shit, man? It's just whenever people see you criticize AEW, like it's so funny, man. If people scrolled my Twitter or actually listen to the show, they would hear me. I've been going hard on WWE lately, man. I just went hard as shit on Triple H and Shawn Michaels booking. But they'll just say you're a sicko. And now because of the sickos, we have wackos now who just, if you say like, yo, this indie claimed they're going out of business because WWE, the guy didn't even give an opinion. And then this motherfucker wants to go, oh, it's fed bad bullshit. No, it's not. Everything's fed bad. The Fed can be bad. Hey, you guys know that, right? The Fed can be bad too, right? Not everything can be good. You can't agree with things 100% of the time, or you're fucking like you're like not real. You don't have any real opinions. That's the problem with all the AEW ball suckers. It's in their minds, it's all good all the time. That's how you know that it's disingenuous. It can't all be good all the fucking time. There's no way. That's why, like, oh, I don't like you because you vote different than me. So you mean to tell me you agree with? There's a politician out there that you agree 100% of everything on? Like, what the fuck? You think you're gonna agree with everything on with everybody in the world? You know what I mean? That's like such a fucking weird, crazy, blue sky bubble paradox level way to try and live your life. You can't. No one's gonna agree on everything. So stop fucking, you know what I mean? It's crazy. But so there are wackos, though, like donning their masks and their capes now. And they're like, Metro, pills and dope, turn me to a superhero. I don't know why that song, Heroes and Villains, hit my mind there. Metro Boomin themed episode tonight. But yeah, Lucha Blog just said, my friend, this is what they claimed in their email. It is totally absurd, but it's an excuse to get out of a company and debt they had given up on years ago. But that should have been obvious, you know? And he's like, yeah, like obviously but anyways, Lucha Blog said, just to be clear, the bit about WWE AAA killing them off is what they wrote in their statement, but it's just some junk they made up. This is a company that had no chance from day one. The only question being if they were delusional or scammy, right? So, like, where's the fed bad, wackos? Calm down, wackos, okay? Gotta calm the fuck down. Okay, so in our latest news, just when you thought he was gone, Alberto El Patron pops up again, and he has a title match tonight. I should be hopefully it's on YouTube or something. I'm going to find this match. I'm going to watch it. Vikingo versus Alberto. Someone let me know, did he drop the belt? When he drops the belt, he's obviously dropping the fucking belt. WWE botched with the graphic. Again, beating the dirt sheets, your boy Phil, what I say. Even though motherfuckers was like, Alberto's not losing. I flat out got told he wasn't losing by people I fucking would believe 10 out of 10. I just stuck to my guns. I was like, I think he's losing, bro. Boom. WWE just put it out there. You can just puzzle piece that together. I mean, it's pretty obvious the way they're hyping Vikingo up, right? They're just, hey, man, we got to take the belt off him. But Alberto, they're sacrificing he's a hot heel, man. He's a hot fucking heel champion. Okay? And they're going to sacrifice a bit here by putting it on Vikingo. However, I think the idea, the more than meets the eye, is that WWE is so hot and they're going to get like WWE, and already Vikingo's a crossover guy and they want WWE and live wrestling shows there from WWE so bad. And even AEW, like you saw that they sold out Arena Mexico, although like that shit's owned by CMLL. I mean, whatever. It sells out all the time. It just sold out because it's a TV wrestling show, okay? I fucking assure you. That's what Lucha Blog was saying as well. So they beat WWE to the punch. Good on them. I give them props for that. However, yeah, I think WWE is just like, well, with our name attached to it, we'll just keep the houses up. And it sucks, but Alberto will likely just work behind the scenes as a producer. People thought this was real, so let's read this. This was a work, though, guys, okay? Confirmed here on PWT. No. Alberto El Patron snapped at a TV show and attacked members of the production crew of Venga la Alegría, a TV show in Mexico. This happened just days before his next championship match in Lucha Libre AAA. I could see him maybe just working as a heel the just AAA events, though. You guys know what I mean? Because I don't think they're going to stop doing shows. Like, not all shows are going to be AAA with NXT guys and shit. Like, you'll still see people cross over, like Nick Nemeth and stuff. And sure, Conan will have access to booking WWE talent, right? And it'll be a place where if, like, Natty wants to go, she can go. You know, it'll be a place people can go. A lot of the luchas will be over there. But I could see Alberto, like, just being on their regular events as a heel without the title and shit. You know, but again, it's an IP play, so they need that belt out there. They need to be like, he's the champ, the campeon, you know, they need to have Viking go out there with that belt. So, yeah, let's watch this. People thought this was for real. This guy wrote here. This happened just days before. This was not scripted. This was scripted, guys, okay? But it just looked real as shit because Alberto's legit a psychopath. We watched videos the other week or last week, I think, where I showed you guys like two Mexican wrestlers cutting a promo like in a public park and they get into a fight like this. And then we talked about street, like traffic light Mexican wrestling. This is how they do it. I'm telling you, bro, this is just some old school heat, but this is a work 100%. That punch should have gave it away right there. Brilliant shit. And Del Rio was on their television, was on another one of their station shows later in the day. So this was entirely a work. Here's him cutting a promo after the incident here.
Alberto Del Rio, el patrón más grande de todos los tiempos, en Venga, la Alegría, TV Azteca. Y si ustedes creen que esto es lo que están esperando, es un preámbulo. Bueno, lo importante viene este sábado, Gimnasio Juan de la Barrera, Lucha Libre AAA, Worldwide, por el megacampeonato. Alberto Del Rio, el patrón, creado genéticamente a la perfección contra el hijo del vikingo. Ustedes no se lo pueden perder.
Interesting shit, man. He is hot, 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 white hot right now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. You guys ever see Mirko CroCop fight Dos Caras Jr., aka Alberto Del Patron? Let's fucking let's see this here. Let's head on over to YouTube actually to finish up WWE news. So see, in Pride, Mirko CroCop fought Alberto Del Rio as Dos Caras Jr. in MMA. Tito Ortiz, I think, may have fought Alberto as well in what was a work match. Now back in the day, Pride FC, Pride Fighting Championships, what they would do is they would tell one guy, you're throwing the fight, and then they tell the other guy, you're not throwing the fight, or whatever, right? Or at least in Japan, in some of these Japanese federations, right? I'm not sure if this was Pride, but it was just like Yakuza run shit where some people would say in their contracts, you can take steroids, or like, we won't test you, or it would say, they'd go to one guy and say, hey, we're going to give you this much more money. You're going to throw this fight. And then the other guy just doesn't know. I've always maintained, even though CroCop would murk people with the left high kick from Hades, I've always believed this was a fixed fight with Alberto Del Rio, because he's a worker, man. He knows how to work. So
during the fight, I don't think I've ever seen that before or since in any major MMA organization. What's the story behind that? And were Pride officials,
he was like the first and only guy to wear a lucha mask in an MMA fight too,
cool with it from the start, or did you have to fight with them behind the scenes to get them to allow it?
No, it's just everybody knows I had a big name as Dos Caras Jr. and in Mexico, the Mexican culture, the Mexican lucha libre.
See, people say it's a shoot. People think it's a shoot. I don't know. Like, CroCop would absolutely murk people with that fucking left kick, man, to the liver or up high, right? However, I just, this one to me, I was always like, this could have been a work.
Culture, it's all about the masks. And actually, the most important match in Mexico, they don't care about the titles. They care about mask versus mask, mask versus hair. And if you lose your identity. And that's the whole deal in Mexico. And that's the reason I was wearing the mask. They never told me to wear it. I was doing it because I was respecting my traditions.
So were they cool with it?
Yeah, they were totally cool. Actually, that was when they wanted to
throwing leg kicks at CroCop. What a ballsy motherfucker, man. But yeah, I mean, there's like these video series on like worked and shoot fights, and this is one that, you know, sometimes makes the list as like it could be, but it looks legit. Most people think it's legit. We'll watch it here.
To sign me, I said, if you want me to sign with you guys, I need to fight with the mask. Of course, I ended up removing that mask a few years later with WWE for no money, but but that's a different story.
Mike D from Boston. Del Rio.
The left high. Do you guys see that shit?
Mike D from Boston. Del Rio, I have a tough question for you, so get ready. Are you ready?
Okay.
I was wondering if you could talk about Pride.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's it could be, if you watch
Boston.
I mean, it hits the top of his fucking head. I've seen crazier shots like nick people and knock them out and down, but it kind of goes over his head. And I mean, Chael Sonnen's talked about how people were told, like, hey, CroCop's going to throw the left kick when it comes, like, you know, you go down. Like, that has happened back in the Pride days. There's for sure some worked fights that were worked so badly to where it was like, okay, this is clearly a fix. I don't know about this one, but what always got me was how Alberto like looks at the camera. He like looks off after, like,
Boston. Del Rio, I have a tough question for you, so get ready.
Like, that last punch is real as shit. You don't fake that.
Ready. Are you ready?
He could easily eat a punch, but then it's always like how he's.
I was wondering if you could.
He like checks on, like,
talk about.
I don't know how knocked out you really are when you're like fucking, I don't know. The mysteries. We'll hit an X-Files. Anyways, that was WWE news, ladies and gentlemen, and that's our tape studies. We'll hit the X-Files. Maybe on Patreon we'll go over some more work shoots where I don't have to pause it every 4 fucking seconds, right? For fear of being stricken or whatever. But yeah, I will maybe we'll do some more like worked shoots, because some of them are so egregiously bad. And actually, I'm working on a video right now that sort of pertains to this world, and you guys are going to love it. And it's like a scripted video. I'm going to drop it on Clips, and I do a little investigation into a little bit of this and that, you know, when it comes to the work shoots there. So interesting. I just thought I'd bring it to the show because Alberto freaked out, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of want to watch this. But ladies and gentlemen, let me check in with chat and then let's get into fucking AEW news. No? Is that the way to do it? I think that's the way to do it. Okay. 626 for 2 says MVP, another race grifter with a podcast. Big deal. Is he race grifting though? I don't think that's, he said he wasn't. But there was, I don't know why that wasn't in my bookmarks. Maybe someone deleted that. Maybe I hopefully didn't just spread a fake rumor about MVP saying that Triple H said the N-word and Virgil gave him a pass. Like that's obviously I didn't just make that up, right? That was a tweet out there I saw. So with like a quote, I think from the same show. So hopefully, I don't know. We get some context added to that, but it wasn't in the goddamn bookmarks. All hail the Illuminati. That's what a race scripter would say. Fair enough. Pete is a hot take machine. Pete, everyone's getting mad at Pete. Did you have a problem when everyone was fed to Roman from 2020 to 2024? I don't know. You guys are arguing. I'd have to like get into the context of your argument to give you my thoughts on it. I'm just scrolling to find funny chats. That looks so good. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a race baiter, but he held the WWE World Championship hostage for 2. Okay, who are you guys talking about? Jesus Christ. Fuck's sakes, man. Pete, you got to stop with the AEW stuff. Like, you're not going to convince people. It's objectively been shittier. Slowly and slowly, it's gotten shittier and shittier. So just you gotta stop with like they held the belt hostage. That doesn't even make sense. You mean they had a lengthy title reign? Jesus Christ, bro. We got to stop with this. This is where people just can't fuck with AEW. It's like, no, right? Talk about like fucking objective metrics or talk about actual storyline shit. You can't just say shit was held hostage, right? I don't think I've said Monet's holding the TBS title hostage, right? But she's Mercedes Hogan. She won't get fucking pinned. All right? And if that's what you're comparing to fucking Roman, bruv, you can't do that, okay? Because Roman was drawing and turned the whole business around, the whole industry around. Monet has not done that. The opposite since she's joined AEW. They've done worse and worse since she's joined, right? So that's how you measure that, okay? Anyways. Phil, the AAA show isn't for another 2 hours. Oh, shit. Man, am I going to stream the whole Lucha Libre show and Money in the Bank? Fuck! I should have set a super chat goal for you guys to do that, because that's a whole big, long day of fucking streaming. Like, that's got to be worth my goddamn time. I'm going to have to give up a whole day of doing shit, okay? To fucking stream. No, I'm going to be watching it likely anyways, but if it's on YouTube, I might catch it after because Money in the Bank and I got to stream. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Chat, let me know. Get in my fucking Discord. How about that? Okay? Osprey is brubbing all over himself. And if you have Max and a VPN cough. Yeah. I got a VPN. Okay, maybe I'll watch some basketball. Pete is Meltzer. No. Fucking Pete is smarter than Meltzer. Okay, let's be honest here. Why do I have to wait till 11:30 to watch? Is Collision on tonight? I thought it was on like Thursday or whatever. It's so like I said Roman was holding the WWE World title hostage since has extremely part-time. They had to come up with a new championship for Raw as a result. No, yeah, but they were always going to do that, bruv. Right? So here's the thing. He didn't hold the belts hostage. He was the long reigning world champion and broke records with the titles. When Tyson Fury had every boxing world title for fucking 10 years or whatever, no one was like, he's holding them hostage. No, he's just the longest reigning world champ. It wasn't holding shit hostage. That's just like what idiots say to try and doom and gloom about WWE. And I'll explain how we can measure that. The whole business turned around. And all of wrestling felt a boom effect coming out of the pandemic, you know, with Roman. So no, he didn't hold shit hostage. If the whole, like Bruno Sammartino didn't hold the belt hostage for 8 years, he was a fucking draw, right? Now, if you want to say, yeah, He was a goddamn draw, bro. You got to just run with it. And then he dropped it at the right time and passed it on to Cody Rhodes, who is also a draw. So that's the opposite of holding it hostage, you know? The problem is that people are just, because of Meltzer, they learn these things like rest holds and the world champ should be on every show. Every AEW wrestler's a part-timer. Most AEW wrestlers work once a week. You know, that's why I give guys like Ricochet credit, legit, because he's at least working as much as he can. He's on like every show. But like most of the guys work once a week or once a month in AEW. So they are all part-timers. You know what I'm saying? You can't compare boxing to wrestling. Yeah, you can. Roman wrestled 4 times a year, right? But it's still Drew, though, and every time he showed up at Drew. And it wasn't just 4 times a year, right? So you're like embellishing the truth. But he doesn't need to. That's that's sports-based wrestling. That's big fight feel. It's not the fucking territory days. Okay? So it's exactly, that's how we don't compare it to boxing. Or no, you do kind of, because it's like, man, in a real fight, you can only fight 3 times a year, once a year, twice a year, 4 times if you're a savage, you know? So people are okay with that. Right? So yeah, I don't know. I definitely give credit to people who wrestle as much as they can in AEW, but for the most part, everyone's part-time. So it's just like, that's not even a criticism you can throw the other way. If you're playing whataboutism, like if you want to compare the two, it's like, okay, Ospreay wrestles 4 times a month at the most, 4 times a month, you know? That's not full-time. That's not the grind. That's not fucking, I love this sport so much. You'll give me damn. I do this as I live. I bleed. I die for this sport, bruv. But you want to do it, but you don't want to play all 82 games? Huh. You know, Ricochet, I believe the shit he's talking, you know, because he's actually backing it up. He said it. I'm going to do more in AEW. He is. Whether you love him or hate him, he's actually a compelling character in AEW. You know, it's not like he has shitty matches, really. He doesn't just rely on his flips because he's a fucking heel. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, that whole gassing people up of like, we love the sport, bruv. You don't even want to do your sport at the highest level as much as possible. Imagine Connor McDavid doing. That's why people shit on the NBA, right? That's why people shit on John Jones right now. He wants to be called the fucking GOAT, but he doesn't want to defend his title in the UFC. He wants to finish his fucking picogram cycle. Get the picograms out so he can fucking fight Aspinall first, right? Like, you know, so it's just a matter of, that's not a criticism. I don't give anyone that criticism because everybody who says, oh, they go to AEW, they get paid more to work less. Okay, Roman was getting paid more to work less. So keep the same energy, right? I just keep the same fucking energy. That's all, bro. Some people don't do that. Anyways. Ospreay wrestles every pay-per-view. Cool. So does John fucking Cena, bro. He's a part-timer right now. Are you know, like, is it hurting business or is it good for business that John Cena's there? You know what I'm saying? He wrestles every pay-per-view. Sweet. That's fucking... So what I said, he wrestles 4 times a month tops, right? Once a week, you have to show up and wrestle in AEW, if that. And a lot of the guys show up, film shit for 2 or 3 weeks, and then don't come back to work until the go-home show and stuff like that. You know that, right? So it's like, it's funny we're getting sidetracked into this discussion, but it's important. Like, you guys have to understand this. Your Ospreay doesn't wrestle every week on Dynamite. He doesn't have a match. So at the most, he's wrestling once a week. At the most. Okay, the house shows are cut back, but people are still wrestling like 3-4 times a week in WWE. And for the people who go, we love this sport, bruv, you're not giving back to the future. No one in AEW at all is focused on the future. In fact, they're focused on redoing Omega, Okada, and all this shit they've already done. They're focused on going back to Moxley, Hangman. They're not building new stars. They're not even focused on, like, we need to develop talent on the indies and shit. They're not even, like, focused on that. They don't care about the future of pro wrestling. It's a bunch of people who were left WWE and went, I can get more money and do what I want over here. And it's a bunch of people who couldn't make it in WWE. And it's a bunch of people who are there until they can leave and go to WWE. Just accept that. And then we can start building on what are the goods, the positives, what are the negatives. And then let's figure out how to get this thing going in the right direction. Because I don't care what people, the pay-per-views are up. They're not, Dave's lying. He's adding 30%. They're down. Okay? It's that simple. He just adds 30%. Same with, we're about to talk about it with Dave when he talks about, well, NXT is going to take 3,000 buys away from AEW. Like, it's like the movie 23, but he's obsessed with 3-0 or so. Like, he just can't get 30% or whatever out of his fucking head of these make-believe numbers that are in his head. It's not up. It's down in every fucking metric. I'm really glad that All In sold as much as a Raw's sold this year. Multiple Raws. Holiday, the Christmas show sold as many tickets as All In. That's their mania. Their WrestleMania in America, bro. That's fucked. If you can't look at that objectively and go, that's fucked. 6 years deep, they were more popular 5 years ago. Then you're just like, you're never going to help AEW. You're just going to get clowned, and it's never going to get better. And I just want it to get fucking better. People are too retarded to just grasp that thing, okay? To grasp that concept of like, oh, I actually just want it to get better. Because if they start kicking WWE's ass again, they kicked NXT's ass in the beginning. Period, dude. They were whooping their ass, okay? Meltzer saying they're going to bring in $250 million, $235 bagillion. Shut up. Stop saying that. Stop. Because when they don't do that, it's just egg on the fucking head. It's just pie in the face. Okay? And that's my rant on AEW. I hope people fucking like it. All In gonna get 25, 30K watch. Yeah, and Pete, that's fine. That's fine. Like, I hope they do. But here's the problem. Tony's giving away tickets. He's paying $100+ for seat fillers for that show. And he's comping floor tickets to Double or Nothing, and he's comping floor tickets to All In. Just comping them, bro. There's people who are getting locally who are getting like 4 to 6 tickets per person in the office, in these offices and shit, bro. And in these people who work for the fucking city and stuff like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? These city buildings are getting like 4 to 6 tickets per people who want them and shit for All In. So I hope they do too, but that's not good business. And people want to say, why should we care about business? Because that's the whole point of a promotion. And I've gone over this. It's a wrestling promotion. Your job is to promote. Who promotes the best is who gets the most money. Period. Point blank. It's who draws the biggest crowds. This wouldn't be a TV show if these metrics didn't matter. And Tony doesn't care because he can just throw money away. And people think that's a good thing? Maybe. But I don't. I think it's just a guy throwing money away. Well, he's making wrestlers richer and stuff, so that's cool. But as far as like, okay, is AEW having an impact on economies where Forbes and New York Times and like fucking these big outlets are writing about how fucking the cities are cities in bidding wars for AEW? No. Then shut the fuck up. Stop crying about the Fed. Focus on your shit. Be honest. Stop padding houses. Do humble fucking venues. Get better. Stop talking about Jim Crockett and worrying about Eric Bischoff. Grow up. Grow the fuck up. Wrestlers, stop crying about WWE. Grow up. Or the shit won't get better. Anyways. Anyways, let's move along from that. We have AEW news chat. Let's get into Ichi ni Sanda. Go in here.
Guys, Tony Khan.
So Gabe Kidd disrespects. He spits on Willow Nightingale. And this shit, man, we had people making Zapruder films. Like, you got awful there. Fucking look, no spit actually landed. You triggered Mark. Listen, I tweeted out too. I'm like, they're a literal like Neo Moxley clan. You know, like, what do you expect he's gonna do? Like, this only furthers the point. And then when you have Sap and all these fucking idiots, they're not even like a racialist clan. That was just made up. No, it wasn't. It's quoting directly the movie, dressing directly like the characters, directly texting Brian Alvarez what the fuck Brian Alvarez directly texted Mox and asked him what the situation was. And he told him. So to me, I'm like, yeah, what do you think they're going to do? But this company's cooked. Like, of course they're going to do shit like this. You know, they have fucking zero taste. And I get it. Well, they're heels. That's what they're supposed to do. If WWE doesn't make Carmelo Hayes world champion and they get called racialist, if WWE did this, all the same people would be having meltdowns, bro. It would be DEFCON 5. So again, it's not to play whataboutism and all this shit, but it's like, what do you expect from this place? They're a fucking Yahtzee clan. Oh, no, it's not that. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's why Gabe fully skin-headed up. Okay? Like, fresh shave for both shows. Right? But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, this didn't like overly trigger me, but it's just like, these guys are cooked, man. What do you think they're gonna do? It's just rage baiting. That's all their fans do, and that's all they really have left. So both Anna Jay and Harley Cameron have suffered potential broken noses during their match on Dynamite. Apparently, one of them was like a worked spot, but it's like, okay, but her nose really got busted. So I don't know. And we got busted noses with Chelsea Green, and it's like, this match was on the pre-show of a fucking pay-per-view. Anna Jay gets hurt all the time because I'm going to be honest, and I love Anna Jay, but she's sloppy shop because she's not like the worst wrestler in the world, but she doesn't wrestle enough consistently, and because she keeps getting hurt and she's so young in her career. Leave AEW. Go to NXT or tell Tony, I'm just going to manage my boyfriend and manage Jack Perry. Like, don't even wrestle anymore, for fuck's sakes, until you get out of here and you can do it safely. Because Anna Jay's getting like power bombed off stages, hitting her head, wrecking her fucking knee, breaking her fucking nose. All this shit. It's just like, can we just not hurt like Sky Blue and shit? Like these upcoming talents. Like, holy fuck, man. And it's happened too. You see what happens to some of these wrestlers, like in WWE. We've seen it when some of these development talent get hurt too much. And that's like in WWE, where they're not going as fucking crazy all the time. They're ramping it up more now. WWE's starting to go like a lot crazier with their matches. Like, especially on their big events, man, like in NXT and shit. So I don't know. But still far less botchy. But I just apparently Harley Cameron's taking time off. I just hope they're both okay. And yeah, Chelsea Green got a busted nose too from Zelina. I mean, you guys already know how I feel about Zelina as champ. So we have a clip here from our guy Conan that I want to play for you guys, and it's not overly long. And it's disco, of course, as well. And shout out my guy Husey for sending me this one for the show. And so this is what's talked about a lot is Chris Jericho and his contract. And he's in a contract here. Let me read a DM. To you guys. Let me read a DM to you guys. Let me find it here. Sorry. Okay, so allegedly Tony Khan has made Chris Jericho a huge contractual offer, My guess is Jericho's staying with AEW. Fozzy seems to be playing much smaller venues than usual. So it might be wise to just end that entirely. Which is pretty crazy. They could just play their boat show, though. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Gotta have me, my boats and hoes. Being in WWE would massively raise Jericho's profile again. Did you hear about the Eddie Trunk interview? And then I got sent this clip. So there you go. I just pretty much stooged who sent me that there. But this is what we're hearing. And I was told, not sure if that's out yet. Could be a couple days. So
allegedly.
I mean, there you go. Make sure you guys sub to K100 because I don't know if that's out yet, but it'll be out. And so shout out my guy Husey. He'll be on tomorrow. I cannot wait. Anyways, though, let's listen to this clip. Apparently, Tony Khan got mad or could have gotten mad, or Jericho was like, I don't know. He had this interview with this guy named Eddie Trunk who like fully didn't know what AEW was. And Conan explains this from a different perspective, from some perspective you wouldn't think of the wrestler. Like, you know, he says, well, you guys will hear it. I'll hit a Conan and we'll break it down because I love Conan's perspective on this. And Jericho's going through this for sure as well. And this is proof of it with his interview with Eddie Trunk. And this could be incentive for him to want to go back to WWE as well. But Jericho's such a mark for Jericho. I mean, yeah, Jericho is a mark for Jericho. But Tony Khan is such a mark for Jericho. He will like back up the money train for him, you know? So, but to me, I argued this to Husey. I said, listen, bro, Jericho has all the money in the world, though. Maybe he's looking at what WWE's doing and he just wants to be a part of it. But remember when everyone is like, Jericho signed till he's like 61 and shit. Nay, good sir. Husey again came on this show and was like, nah, none of that shit's true. That was a long time ago, by the way, and he was right again. So Husey's allegedlys they can be hit or miss, but he's been stroking as of late, bro. Big time.
Daniel French is interesting. Subject is Eddie Trunk. The great Chris Jericho recently made his return to the Eddie Trunk podcast.
Who?
He's a music reporter, Disco. Before you start freaking out. And, oh boy, was it a car crash. First of all, Eddie thought that Jericho was retired from the wrestling business. Jericho mentioned that he worked for AEW. Eddie's response was, what's AEW?
Yeah, Eddie's response was, who?
Response was, what's AEW? And throughout the rest of the interview, Trunk referred to it as AWE. The best part, I think the interview went live or something because he took calls from fans and wrestling-related questions, and they were all about WWE. At no point did Jericho defend AEW from the criticism of his or do his usual shill act. My question is, do you think this will get Jericho heat with Tony Khan? I mean, at no point at all during the entire 90 minutes did it seem as if AEW or AWE, AEW should be something we're checking out.
Yeah, so he kept calling it AWE, which is hilarious. And then you have this guy asking, do you think it could get heat with Jericho, with Tony Khan? No, it won't do that. But listen to how Conan explains this shit. This is brilliant.
Plus, when you hear all these reports that Jericho's in a contract year, it seems
I guess Disco's going to keep going as he does.
The exact sort of stuff teenager Khan would take personally. Or am I wrong here? P.S. A lot of people hate on Harry Ruiz being on the show, and while he may be a tough listen, at least he was willing to call out Disco's speed mumbling through the AEW reviews. Disco, I love you, but you reading other people's reports is really hard to listen to, especially with the audio.
Well, you gotta remember.
Why does everybody think this is,
You got to remember, Disco's brain goes forward, so he can't help it.
Right.
Because he's kind of speed reading and speed talking at the same time.
Correct. That is funny about Jericho. He's not going to get any heat from
Let me tell you.
I doubt there's a crossover between
Bro,
the
let me
Trunk
tell you what
podcast
the
and
problem
AEW
is
fans.
right now with Jericho. The same problem I used to have. I would walk down airports and people would ask me, hey, man, are you still wrestling? And I'd go, no, I'm in TNA. And they'd be like, what's that? Well, you can find it on this channel. Like, they didn't give a and and immediately, hey, man, where's Rey Mysterio? Hey, the Wolfpack. They want to talk about WCW. And I bet you a lot of people don't even know what AEW is or that he's in it. And I guarantee you that he gets stopped a lot and going, hey, man, when are you coming back to wrestling? Well, I am wrestling at AEW. No, WWE. I think that Tony won't do anything because he's a huge mark for him and he doesn't want to upset him. But I do think that Chris Jericho will finish his career in WWE.
Boom. I agree. And I've always maintained that.
He's never told me this. I just think that that's where he'll end it.
And Conan and Jericho are tight, so just remember that as well. So yeah, that's an epic little clip. And shout out Eddie Trunk. I guess I don't really know who he is as well. Okay, so here's the Awfuls breakdown of Gabe Kidd's this whole Zapruder film. Like, this just, the IWC, man, they're cooking lately. What can I say? It's summer. Everyone's losing their shit. They're getting all hot and bothered. And did this piss you off? Well, it was supposed to. He's a heel doing heel shit. Right? So it's supposed to piss you off. So yeah, I'll say yes, okay? The crowd booed. So yes, it pissed everyone off. And then look closely. No actual spit. Yeah, it's a work, so it's pro wrestling. And we're working awful, right? So you see that a lot too, where a wrestler, oh, they lost a tooth. It's their gum or whatever, right? So it was a fake spit. It was still a spit, though, right? Awful's just a sicko, man. He's just defending AEW at any cost.
Absolute disrespect there from
Willow never wipes her face or arms or chest. Well, when you she'll have to wipe her back once I'm true with her. Oh, go.
Gabe Kidd spitting into the face of Willow Nightingale. Willow.
Not even after this pearl necklace. Oh. Don't feel bad. You got worked. Yeah, that's the whole point of pro wrestling. Fucking awful, man. Oh, that's my guy. I'll give it a like, man, for the editing efforts. Yeah, bro, that's the wrestling show. That's the whole point. Here we go. AEW Dynamite ratings also saw an uptick. So all wrestling shows pretty much seeing a bit of an uptick from last week. So the show averaged 636K viewers, up 11%, losing to NXT, though. That was at 650, not including Netflix or anything. With a 0.16, 18-4. Per WrestleNomics, as always, these numbers don't include Max. Year over year, Dynamite was down 19%, though. And the ratings were down 36% in the key demo. And that's the real thing we need to be looking at, is like year over year. And we can't be focused on, oh, they got a big bump in recent weeks. And it's like, it's 630. It's like, bro, that is not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get it back to 850 to 1 million. I remember when it was like 850 and I was like, man, I don't know, 850. Like, I mean, that's not, you can't even defend that shit anymore. Like, it's just plummeting year over year. The key demo is down 36% as well. And, you know, Meltzer loved to harp on, flip-flop on its overall viewership. Oh, it's key demo that matters, right? He flip-flopped on that. And now he still brings up the key demo, but shit like Netflix and Max and shit, they don't care about the key demo. Like 18 to 49. I don't even think they look at that, bro. So, yeah, it's just the industry's has moved these people on by to a degree. I mean, this information's still cool to know, I suppose, but just it's down 36%. That's crazy. That's almost 40, right? So that's a big problem that the year before the key demo was like, fuck this. Oh, basketball. You're an idiot, you know? But yeah, shout out Raj there. And shout out Dynamite. They got a little uptick, I guess, right? But it's just like the 700,000 sickos. They're boiled down to them. They got their 750,000 sickos. And, you know, that's who's watching the show. So a report, people within AEW were furious with Kyle Fletcher over the botched apron powerbomb to Adam Cole. And as last show we played it. I showed you the botch, and it was fucking horrific. So, Cultaholic here, Brian Alvarez. We have a trying Brian here. So, let me play a Brian for you guys.
Brian.
Okay, so as reported on the Observer Live, he says that I can tell you today, I'm sure I'll hear about this all afternoon, but there were a lot of people furious at Fletcher because, like, at the end of the day, whatever you want to do is whatever you guys agree to do and everything like that. But Adam Cole has had a history of head injuries. No shit. He's had concussions. He's had concussions and head injuries. Well, you know, whatever you guys agreed to do. So where's the producer or the agent or the leadership back there to go, Adam, I don't give a fuck that you agreed to do this. For instance, in a fight, people throw the towel in. It's up to the corner. Sometimes a fighter will train their whole life for a fight, or a marathon runner will train their whole life, spend a year or years training for a moment, and then collapse and die because they don't want to give up on themselves. That's why you have coaches and trainers and shit, to fucking look out and protect them. And you have referees and stuff to make sure people don't do that. Athletes will push themselves to death. They will fucking do that, especially the ones with that mentality of like, no, I'm going to win. That Kobe, that Black Mamba shit, I'm going to fucking win. That Michael Jordan shit, they will flu game your ass. They will go to the death, bro. Okay? And it doesn't matter what sport it's in. And so Adam Cole isn't going to turn down Fletcher's Mark shit. He wants to seem like the cool unk at the fucking... Yeah, I used to do stuff like that. No. But for real, though. So someone has to step in and go, no, you're not doing that. Oh, but I want to. Well, you're not. And if you do it, I'll fucking fine you. Boom. Ends it right there. Oh, but then he'll be mad at me. Then he's mad at you, bro. Like, okay, he'll get over it, bro. When that fucking paycheck clears, he'll get over it, you know? But, yeah, like you have to be careful, not just with Cole, but anybody's head. There were a lot of people very unhappy with Fletcher because, like, what was he thinking? What was he thinking? I don't have an answer. Yes, you have the answer, Brian. The wrestlers in AEW are not trained properly, and they're fucking marks for their own shit, and they just want to do crazy shit to impress Tony Khan to get raises and get bigger pushes. They don't give a fuck about anything else, but I have to get my crazy moves in. So I'm going to tombstone you off the apron to the outside, and then I'm going to tombstone you off the middle rope, and then you're going to kick out. Then I'm going to hit and blade you. Then you're going to kick out. Then I'm going to hit and blade you. Then you're going to duck it. Then you're going to hit your finisher. Then I'm going to kick out. Then I'm going to hit my twisting finisher, and then an Oz cutter, and then you're going to reverse into a fucking tombstone, and then I'm going to kick out. It's like because we're doing like 500 dump you on your head moves in a match. It's on fucking Dynamite. That should be a write you off TV angle that starts a big, huge feud. You power bomb me on my neck on the apron. But instead, it's a transitionary move where Excalibur goes, and he was and that, oh my God, and AEW presents. You know what that means. Adam Cole, crazy maneuver, Fletcher, the protostar. It's fucking embarrassing, man. Moving along. Tony Khan says he's interested in introducing AEW Women's Tag Team Championships. So he definitely shouldn't do that because he can't even book two women's divisions that well, especially not the TBS one. But I mean, it'll keep ladies busy, I guess. I don't know. Clearly, he's going in that direction. He's teamed up Anna Jay and Harley Cameron, and he's trying to figure out, like, you know, Penelope and Megan Bain. He's trying to figure out ladies to pair together, but they need to stay healthy. People can't just have hardcore, whatever the fuck matches all the time, you know? Yeah, and you can't be breaking like these hot chicks' fucking noses when they're in their 20s and or whatever. Maybe Harley Cameron's a little older than that, but it's like they're trying to get their feet under them. They can't do it, you know, when they're getting hurt and shit. So moving along here. Mercedes Monea, we read that was a long time ago. So people within AEW, we just read that they're mad at fucking Fletcher. MVP says personal issues led to him having zero respect for Triple H. Guys, if you're listening to this in a clip form after the fact, I talked about this in WWE News, so go find that video. Abadon. So we have more people than just Mariah May. Well, let's circle back to that, actually, okay? So Bully Ray blasts AEW women's no DQ match too fucking much. Slams producers for lack of protection and botched finish. And, of course, people will say, oh, well, he's paid by the Fed. But no, they both have busted up ass noses. Well, what about Chelsea Green? Okay, that was a freak once-in-a-lifetime thing. Not once in a lifetime, but that was a freak thing where the 2-in-1 match is crazy, but also nobody got then like power bombed on their neck on the apron after. Like, you guys get what I'm saying? It's just like a lot of shit is going on there. And then also Zelina, I'm not going to defend Zelina. You guys know. There's like 10 people in NXT you could fucking rate higher than her. Sorry. Not even trying to be a hater. I like Zelina. I'd have her on my roster too. She'd be employed if I had a wrestling company. But I'm just saying, like, her as US champ, not really here for that. So here's Alfred Kunawa talking about Tony Khan responding to the sickos, okay, and Mina Shirakawa's music and whatnot. Let's take a look at This Is Nasty Pro Wrestling Bits. Good friend of the show, Alfred Kunawa, Forbes writer, stand-up extraordinaire.
Oh my God, an AEW skinhead spit on a black woman, you guys. Can you believe
that
it?
See, there you go. I didn't even watch this. I just bookmarked it. That was my energy too. Oh my God, guys. Like, what do you expect? You know, this company's fucking legit cook, bro. Like, they will do anything. Like, this is like, okay, par for the course. Anyways, let's.
Oh my God, an AEW skinhead spit on a black woman, you guys. Can you believe it? Yes! What else are they there to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you been paying attention? They're literally called Dean Clanbros in the Whitepool Combat Club. Okay, that's only what I've been calling them for the last year now, and it's true. Lest we forget 4 days before Ku Klux Kids spit on Willow Nightingale, Dean Clanbros chained this black woman to a post at Clanarchy in the arena. This is a
Clanarchy in the arena.
Skinhead stable. I'm not here to litigate whether it's right or wrong to put skinheads on TV. In fact, I'm all for controversial gimmicks if they're good, but I'll make fun of it if the gimmick sucks. And this gimmick sucks. I'll give it 1 month before they burn an X in front of Willow's locker, which is totally not Klan behavior because the Klan burns crosses. Why does everything have to be about race? These sicko supremacists cyberbullied Tony Khan when they heard new music for Mina Shirakawa, and that man-child backed down to those bottom feeders and changed it so fast. But when a black woman is getting spit on and chained up by skinheads, Tony Khan's Twitter suggestion box stays
in Minecraft, of course, YouTube.
emptier than the hard camera side on Collision and the women's bathroom in the building. That's just another Wednesday in AEW. It's not foul play. To some of these sickos, it's foreplay.
And shout out. Yeah, it just sucks your soul out of it. You're like, fuck, man. And you show it to kids, and it's, So again, we caught these sickos. Dave Meltzer's like, the Google metrics for Double or Nothing was blah, blah, blah. And then you look it up and the top search was AEW, watch AEW Double or Nothing free, AEW Double or Nothing stream free. And so Dave Meltzer had this to say, that the estimate for the pay-per-view buys is between 122K and 130K buys per the Observer. Now, do you guys remember on this show, I need someone to like bring up clips of me saying shit that we already said, okay? That we already disproved or debunked or showcased that was bullshit. So when AEW was going to, when they're like, our pay-per-views on Amazon the last time, Meltzer was like, I think they'll do 30% more. Just like he says, they do 30% more on Max, just like he says about 30% of his audience that he polled watches on Max, just like he says that he said that 30% of the audience, I don't know, about 30% of the audience was cheering for him, cheers MJF and shit. This is literally what he says. He just said the other day, oh, they'll take, I don't know, like 3,000 buys away from AEW when he's talking about NXT. He's fixated on this like 30%, 3,000, like, you know, there's something about, he's just timesing everything by 30 or something. I have no idea how this happened in his fucking brain, but just follow along. I've been covering this. This isn't like me over exaggerating. There's probably more examples of 30% that I just can't think of off the top of my head that I've chronicled here. Okay. So when coming out of the top of the year, the start of the year, right? Meltzer was talking about how the pay-per-views were around like 100,000 or whatever, but they will likely do 130,000 because they're going to be on Amazon for whichever pay-per-view it was, not the last one, but the one before, I think, right, guys? And so he's like, I think they'll get 30% from Amazon, people watching on Amazon. And everyone was like, hold on, dude, who watches pay-per-view on Amazon? And then on this last one, they're on Fubo. There was like 12 different places to buy it. It was spread so thin, and you had a bunch of people online going, we can't watch it on Triller. Wait, it's not on Triller? How am I going to watch? Because they all of a sudden last minute too, like they weren't even telling their audience, like, look guys, we're not on Triller and it's not on Max. Their PLEs aren't on Max for some fucker. Pay-per-views aren't on Max for some fucking reason. Terrible. Like it's not looking up. But Meltzer, all he did was added 30% to what the real number is. So the real number, as I fucking tweeted out, is likely 90 to 100,000. Okay? Because he just keeps adding 30%. And he did that with Amazon as well when he talked about how the buys, their biggest pay-per-view, I think like ending or like at the end of 2024, Brian Alvarez asked him, he's like, well, what did Dynasty do or whatever at the end of 2024? And he was like, about 100,000, 110,000 or whatever. And then he said, what do you think this next pay-per-view will do? And then Dave was like, I think with Amazon, it'll do about 30% more, like 130,000 or whatever. He just adds 30%. So in my estimation, Meltzer saw whatever the real numbers are and is just adding 30% based off of the invisible Amazon / well, we don't know what Fubo TV did. That's where he's coming up with this number. I assure you of this. I hope I did a good job re-explaining all that. I probably didn't, because it's been so long that I've just been, and don't worry, we catch you up here at PWT. Okay? We don't leave you hanging in the dark. But we've been covering this. You can go back in my past shows, just look up 30%. I don't know. Maybe people can find it if they re-listen to old shit, my clips. You'll see what I'm talking about. He keeps doing this. So the real number is likely 30% less of whatever the fuck Dave's saying here. I'm very, very, very much inclined to think that's the case. Okay. Like I've convinced myself of that. So, that would put it between 3% to 7% from last year's version. If that number holds, that would make it every 2025 AEW pay-per-view being down from last year's edition, and the sixth AEW pay-per-view in a row that is down from the prior year's edition, with All Out last September being the last one that was up year over year, although it had an extra week's build from the prior year. Well, who cares about that? But do you guys see what I'm saying? Like the trend of their pay-per-view isn't trending upwards, but now that Dave can go, well, Amazon adds 30%, he can just say this now, and the fucking sickos will run with this. I bet it did less than 100,000 buys. I'm willing to bet that, like actual buys. And yeah, I talked about it. As I've chronicled on my live shows, Dave Meltzer literally adds 30%. He's done this innumerable times. Last time. Plus, according to Dave's own Google Trend Analytics research, Double or Nothing was being illegally streamed maybe more than any other AEW pay-per-view before. Now, I was being like salacious at the end, maybe more than any other one. I don't know. I bet you All In, like Wembley, probably got illegally streamed more than this, but you guys know what I mean. Like more people are, because Dave was like, oh, there was a huge increase. Like there was such an interest in Double or Nothing, in people searching Double or Nothing. Well, they did that because they were looking for illegal streams, bro. So if Dave's trying to say, I'm just using his logic, right? Oh, there's a huge surge, the most they've been ever viewed and shit. It's what he's saying. This is the rhetoric he uses. So I'm going to say, by Dave's own Google Trend analytics research, Double or Nothing is being illegally streamed maybe more than any. Like, I'm not making that claim. Dave's making that claim. So I know I'm being salacious there, but it's Twitter. You know, we got to be a little entertaining too. So MVP, he was angry at Triple H, as we covered before, and he trashed Austin Theory versus Jelly Roll, and while blasting celebrity involvement in wrestling. And I quote tweeted this, and I was like, well, don't tell Big Boom AJ and fucking the Rizzler. You know, Rizzler was just chilling with Elmo, bro. That's the most mainstream fucking guy you got. So don't tell him that. Let me check in with chat. Lincoln Hawk says subs greater than key demo for 2. Yeah, bro. Subs and like minutes watched, bro. I'm telling you, they look at minutes watched and shit. It's just such a different world that Dave's used to, and he's just super out of touch. And the pay-per-view numbers, he's scrambling too, because he legit gets real pay-per-view numbers. He does. But then when it comes to like, oh, we got to add 30% from Amazon, he's making all that up. He doesn't know about any of that stuff. So he just makes it up, right? And that's some like delusional, there's like something there, some sort of what do you call it, like dementia? I don't want to call it that. Like, this is all alleged. This is a satire comedy show. All the characters are made up, and actually nobody we're talking about is even real, just like South Park. But like, Dave is, what is that, guys? That's like a thing where he's stuck on 30 and like 3,000 and 30% and 30%. Like, what is that? That's like I don't want to call it OCD, because it's not that. This is like a new tick in his brain of like a wall of dementia, like a hurdle of, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, right? Like, I've had family members who lost their mind and shit. It's not fun, you know? But I is this the beginning of that? I don't know. Schizo, yeah, I don't know what it is. Let me check in the chat for a second here before we move on. Here, we have some other great stuff. WWE are not selling out buildings for Raw and SD. What? I mean, yeah, they are. Yeah, they fucking are for a lot of them. That was glorious. Theory is a fantastic seller, so WWE gives tickets away for free too. Pete. It's just like at a astoundingly lesser rate, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, we can measure this stuff, so it's all good. Just don't be too harsh on Pete. I actually like him, you know? I like that he just stands in the pocket, stands on his business. MVP Hearts, Y2J. They were giving out Double or Nothing tickets for free in Phoenix. I chose nothing. Yeah. Double or 2 tickets or nothing. I'll take nothing. I never said KKK because, okay, we're not even talking about stupid shit. They all get streamed. Yeah, they all do. But listen, bro, Double or Nothing was what Meltzer was saying was, oh, it's getting fucking, and I'm not saying you're trying to defend or whatever. I'm just trying to point out, like, because that could be, well, all these shows get streamed, right? That could be a defense of it. Yeah, that's true. But listen, man, there's undeniable research that people who pirate shit will pay for shit if they find it worth it. There's like so much studies done on this shit, man. And MMA is really going through this. And my MMA fans know what's up with the whole piracy UFC thing. It's like a big fucking thing, you know? And so the thing is, though, is that Dave was saying, well, Double or Nothing had a spot. Like, we read it before. We completely went in on that last show where he talked about they had a huge increase, and it was, you know, Raw did this much in comparison. Saturday Night Main Event was only searched this much, and UFC was searched this much. But, you know, he's trying to put over AEW, but ultimately he doesn't. The reason they were being searched was because more people than ever were trying to find their shit illegally than their last pay-per-view. That's not a good sign. You guys get what I'm getting at? Like, that's not a good thing. Okay. Pirates ho. I like how I pirate Phil's member vids. Yeah, is that possible? I don't think you are a member. So I remember. Okay. Let's get back into UFC is 80 for a pay-per-view. That's insane. Yeah, especially with the quality of cards they're putting on. Now, why is AEW getting searched up, and why is the trendsetters WWE go, we're not going to do pay-per-views? And UFC tried to do the same thing with ESPN Plus. They tried to set it up as more of like a subscription model where you get a discount because they are moving away from pay-per-views too. WWE, WWF has always been the trendsetter of closed circuit and pay-per-view and live weekly episodic. So just think about it, Pete. Why isn't AEW doing that? Just think about it, bro. And why are people looking up their shit illegally more than ever? Because even though the pay-per-views are 50, people are saying this is not worth 50. Now, you might go, it's worth 50, it's worth 100. But in general, people don't agree with that. If we're talking about wrestling fans as a whole, you take the millions of wrestling fans around the world, and then how many of them, with AEW, that's all you deduce it. And then you just be honest, and then we start working towards getting better. Speaking towards working towards getting better, Awful on his YouTube channel has been dropping some fire. And I think this is a clip from episode 3, Showtime, of AEW's Death of AEW. He's going through each year, chronicling it. I love it. I guess he decided he's dropping a movie now instead of a book. I hope this isn't where his book energy goes, and he should fucking start cranking out chapters and volumes, homie. He's cranking out volumes of videos. Let's get some volumes of do it kid style with illustrations, pal. I'll invest in it. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Awful cooking with some hilarious Shad Khan, Tony Khan, early AEW interactions here.
Because of the financial resources offered to us by my family, by my father, who's really been so supportive of this venture.
I absolutely didn't think this was a good idea, but I told Tony, look, when I'm dead and gone, I'm going to be leaving you and your sister a lot of money. Why don't you blow some of that while I'm alive?
I don't want to compare us to any other wrestling company. I mean, we're AEW. We're doing something very different.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Casino Battle.
Getting yellow flagged for Awful's fucking copyright music here. No. Casino Battle Royale. Yeah! This is taking it way back. Look, the legless dude. God, this Casino Battle Royal used to actually be lit. It was actually so fun. And I know the legless dude, people are like, oh, come on. Okay, I get that. But like a year it with the second one, I don't know. I always love that concept of like the Joker shows up. It's a clever match type. Now, what does Tony do? His like gauntlet match that doesn't even make sense because it's just first fall to a finish. So that means there's a bunch of guys waiting backstage who might not get to even come into the match. How fucking imagine the Royal Rumble where just the first guy who pins wins. And it means you flew in people from like Tokyo and shit just to have them not actually wrestle in the match. Fucking ridiculous. Who's this guy? Who's this guy behind MJF? Holy shit, I don't even remember that. Sunny Days. What the fuck? That was a wrestler? Yeah, this was horse shit from the jump, bro. I don't know what I'm talking about. The yellow guy from Sin City. Yeah. Well, there you go, man. That's a little clip. Make sure you check out Awful's YouTube channel there. So during Anarchy in the Arena, Nicholas Jackson did a swanton off the entrance tunnel and in going through the table, had a bad landing, and he's expected to be out of action for a few weeks. Of course he is. These guys just show up and go. They just show up and fucking go. Show up and go. It starts looking up a little bit for them. We'll just show up and then we'll go, ruin everything and leave. And so part-timers. Who was talking about part-timers? There's your fucking elite right there. There's the guys the company's named after. NBA level contracts, dressed like fucking goofs in this thing. Right? And yeah, man. They're just hurt again and gonna be out after the pay-per-view as fucking usual. So Bear Bronson says tomorrow, well, let's circle back to that. So Ric Flair said something about Jim Ross. I don't know if it was bookmarked in here, but he was like, Ross always looking for attention. Get well soon, bud. And then everyone's like, what the fuck? Fuck you, Flair. You want attention. Fuck you. You did it, Ric Flair, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you guys know that they know each other, right? And they're friends. Like, I'm not going to defend Ric Flair. We know how he gets with people. I mean, that's, that's public perception of him, the way he yells at pizza guys and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, he's joking around with Jim Ross. That's how, when I read it, I was like, oh, it's the same way, like, I don't know, fucking Awful called me Taint Wrinkle the other day. I mean, you fucking cry about it. It's all good. But Ric Flair goes, if you can't take a joke from a 76-year-old man, then you are living life too seriously. It was all harmless, lighthearted fun, just trying to make people laugh and smile. But here's the only problem with that, is that Ric Flair... Here's the only problem with that, is that Ric Flair stormed off of Kill Tony when they were making jokes, and he's like, I'll have fun, but I'll never make fun. I'll never make fun of people's time. And he got triggered and literally walked off of Kill Tony for jokes. So now he's just like, oh, I'm just having harmless fun joking around. But I don't know, that doesn't seem too legit. I gotta be honest there, Ric Flair. So, man, there are talent who are released from AEW. We've chronicled it here for a little while. Mariah May's been an AEW fan forever, and she is leaving AEW officially. She's on her way to WWE. I may have just said she was an AEW fan forever, but she was a WWE fan forever. Always has been. She clearly had a goal set in mind. And, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of wackos calling her Timu, Tiffany Stratton and shit. I mean, I've never done that. I've always loved Mariah May. Thirstcast, she's one of the only reasons to watch Collision there for a long time. And I think she's going to be a tremendous talent. Her and Tony were having like the best matches. Mina as well. She'll be great in WWE. She needs WWE, or she's going to just stagnate and be stuck and repeating the same shit, as you see AEW does time and time again. Her dream's always been WWE. You see a bunch of sickos calling her a fucking traitor and all this shit. You're dumb losers, period. And same with the people who are like, oh, she's trashed her, and then now we're like, oh, she's a star, gonna be a star and shit. I just want people to keep the same energy. Now, if you're just a funny ass troll account, like people are trying to dox Heel Uzi and shit because he's talking about Mariah May was trash, Timu Tiffy, and then he's talking about she's going to be a superstar and good. Here's the thing, right? Heel Uzi is just a guy trolling AEW. So he doesn't actually care. You guys get that, right? He probably doesn't even like WWE as much as you guys think he does. And it's just like crazy that people don't understand, talking of the jokes like Ric Flair. Like, come on, man. If that's not your cup of tea, if you don't find it funny, then just delete the shit or unfollow the guy or block him or mute him or whatever. It's like AIR Gold or these fucking accounts. It's like the real one. Everyone knows the real one on Twitter. He's faking. people still react and quote tweet him and go and answer him and go, "You're a whiny bitch." He's just saying this to make money from when you respond. So just don't, like, I keep the same energy. When Ricochet left WWE, I said, I don't want to hear nobody talking about, oh, Ricochet isn't getting ratings and shit, because that's not what we expected from him in WWE. Ever. He was the guy to come in and do the flip match because they don't do those all the time. Right? He was the exciting guy who shooting star press off of Braun Strowman's shoulders or whatever, right? He come in and do the crazy shit. You know, so I don't want to hear people going, oh, look at his quarter hours aren't the best. Well, no one expects good quarter hours from fucking Ricochet, right? So it's the same thing with me with Mariah May. She's going to go to NXT, be the face of that shit, and then be the future of WWE along with this slew of incoming talent. So she came over at the perfect time, I think, because again, she will be in NXT, but she's somebody that I could see getting fast-tracked very fast. But as far as will she go straight to the main roster, I don't think that's the case. And if she does, then the problem is that Tiffy's sort of a baby face. So I was going to say, if Tiffy, do you put them close together? You could. Yeah, and you could actually have her and Tiffy like as a team. But Tiffy's a baby face, so I just don't know. I think Mariah May works better as, if you bring her in as a heel to feud with like Sol Ruka and Jordan Grace and Zarya, and maybe Zarya actually turns heel too sooner than later. But I think she would be a good heel to bring into the mix in the women's division. Or maybe this is who JC Jane drops the title to or something, right? And we just get a shock title switch. Who knows? I would like to see JC Jane and Jordan Grace, though. That'd be a fun little program. But either way, yeah. Mariah May was removed from the AEW website this afternoon, which usually means someone has departed the company and is free and clear to go elsewhere. WWE sources confirm that she's expected to start there in the near future. Yeah, we all knew she was headed there. She's just been a big fan her whole life of like Rollins and Triple H, and working for Triple H will be her like dream job, you know? That's her dream job. And so everyone boo-booing, oh, she'll get less money. Yeah, but she just made a shitload of money. Isn't that what you were happy about? And she got some time on TV, introduced herself to America, got to work out some kinks, learn a little bit about the American style a little bit more, and learn a little bit about like how to conduct yourself, pick people's brains. Her goal was always WWE. She went there at the perfect time. She's in her prime, so you might as well go now. And this isn't the only person we have leaving AEW. So Abadon says my time with AEW is coming to an end. So again, Abadon, I would point this out all the time. Yo, he just calls her up around Halloween and goes, you're going to have a match. He did that for like 2 or 3 years straight, where he just brought her around during Halloween. So Abadon says, my time with AEW is coming to an end. My contract expires in June, and I will not be renewed. The emotions I'm currently trying to manage are incredibly difficult and full of conflict as I reflect on my time there. I saw Sicko literally. I think it was that AEW Cero Miedo guy. Abadon's gone. Whatever. Hopefully AEW gets Rosemary or whatever. Rosemary, who was just in NXT, bro. Anyways, she goes, I'm trying to manage or incredibly difficult and full of conflict as I reflect on my time there. My goal is not to let this be it for me because I love wrestling too much to just stop. I've put in a lot of hard work that I will now be able to showcase more often. While my heart is currently broken, you can bet that I'm still going to show up for training next week. If you are looking to book me, please send an email to bookabadonhere@gmail.com. Thank you. And so, yeah, again, just sort of silently release contract coming up. We'll let it go instead of re-signing some of these people. Not much sicko outrage. In fact, they just defend and go, yeah, awesome. You know, like get rid of them. Fuck them. So I don't know what to tell you. Abadon, I don't think we'll see in NXT or anything like that. Maybe if her and Rosemary do something in TNA, or maybe her and Wendy Chu, if she lucks out, man, just try. Give it a shot. That's what I would say to Abadon. I'm not like clamoring clabbering. It's clabbering time. I'm not clamoring to see Abadon on WWE TV or anything personally, but I think that she is a gimmick that was fumbled a little bit in AEW. I think they could have did a lot more with that, and like Malachi Black and all that. If you're gonna have spooky demonic shit, like do something with it, you know. And they had a chance there, but no cigar. Bear Bronson, who his partner Bear Boulder, I guess allegedly, I don't think it's allegedly, he got silently fired from AEW earlier this year, or maybe at the tail end of 2024. You know, the big ginger guy who was in the tag team of the Iron Savages or the Bear Boulder guys or whatever. So Bear Boulder like beat the shit allegedly out of his wife and like stood on her neck and head and all this crazy shit. And or his partner, I don't know if he's married, whatever. Not ever, but just like it's disturbing, I know. So that happened. And so Bear Bronson, and we talked about this on the show in passing as well, he tweeted out before like and this guy's friends with MJF, by the way. This was MJF's like first, like they came up together, right? And so he was tweeting out before, he's like, I'm being punished for something I didn't do. Like that, you know, my tag partner did some shit. I didn't do that, and it's being taken out on me, da-da-da. And then he tweets this out. Tomorrow, I am officially a free agent in pro wrestling. To everyone that believes in me, to my family, to my beautiful wife, I love you all. I'm grateful to live this life and grind. Now I chase everything I've ever dreamed of in full force and bet on Bear fucking Bronson. So good for him. Now, again, the AEW Exodus, where were the sheets on any of that? Where was your boy Phil on all that? I'm telling you, 2027 is going to be fucking lit too, okay? And maybe 2026 is as well. Maybe it's just crazy the next 3 years. But I told y'all, and I told y'all at the end of next year, or last year rather, 2025 is going to get crazy with it. I was thinking in my predictions for Christmas. I was like, we're going to see an exodus, man. And we're seeing it, bro. That's 3 people right there. 3 more. Plus, like, how many have already jumped off the ship in 2025 alone? So something to definitely keep an eye on. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. AEW news. Where is it? Round of applause. So I'm going to check in with chat. Let me check in with chat. What is chat saying? What are y'all babbling about? Titty City. When does TK finally sign Velveteen Dream? Just change Mariah May to Mariah May if they change it at all. Yeah, might as well. I think, was that her name before? She'll be fine. She won't need to change it. I think they would probably just keep it the same. But Ricky Starks changed his, so maybe they switch it actually. Let's see here. Not loading correctly. WWE only brings in good-looking talent. Abadon don't fit that. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. There's some people who like zombie and like zombie girls. She did. Damn, that makes me sad. What makes you sad? Okay. So Nick's choking in the 4th quarter. Let me scroll down. Sorry. Just getting a text. So, guys, I do want to do a sicko segment, but I'm not going to dive overly deep into the sickos. We're going to do a couple choice ones because I promised you guys, and then we'll do a bit of Dave, and then we'll get out of here because the show is, I spent time dwelling on some things that I didn't think I was going to, and that's entirely fine. What is chat saying? So George says Jericho. Is it time for Jericho? What are the likes at on the clip channel? I don't even know. But here's Jericho. You request.
I look
and see, it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Okay, there you go. And he'll be back in WWE sooner than later, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Let me see what else chat is saying. She was put over and did the exact same crap, however long she was there every single week. She wasn't over by the end of it. Not sure who we're talking about here. You MFers deserve Jericho for taking to that bot as long as you did. Talking to that bot as long as you did. Yeah, dude. What else? I don't know how much likes we were at. Let me actually check on the Clips channel. Guys, quick plugs, and then I'm going to do some sickos. We're going to do some Dave Meltzer. So, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, guys. Oh, I am echoing to myself there. Patreon. Please sign up for that. Exclusive content once a week. Every Monday, you'll get a new video and members-only stream. Netflix and Phil are members-only shows. We're 5 likes away from 100 on the Clips channel. So please, if you're on X, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and vote in the poll. 88% of y'all so far have said it's not a mistake that Mariah May left AEW. So that's sweet. Meltzerbot 2.0. Okay, so let's get into everybody's least favorite segment. Okay, and it is called the Sicko segment. So these sickos are having a hard time with Mariah May leaving. The Kool-Aid, and he's photoshopped a WWE mug there. This guy says, the thing is, she's leaving a high-quality division for one that is plagued with problems, both in terms of presentation and booking, and signing up for less money is becoming a strange and recurring issue. Because money's not everything, and I know that we all want money would make everyone happier, 100%. But it's also not everything. Once you get money, then you go, okay, now what? You still need fulfillment in life, okay? Jesus Christ. This guy says, imagine signing with WWE when they're doing all-time profits and you take less money for a potential WrestleMania moment. LMA. I would love to know Kevin Nash's thoughts on wrestlers taking less money for WrestleMania moments. See, these people are dumb. They don't understand how business works. And it's less money up front, man. But it's more money in the long run. The potential to become John Cena or a household name or a Becky Lynch is there. That's not there in AEW. So that's why Tony front loads the cash. Are you guys not dumb? Do you not understand business? How business works? Right? Like if wrestling was salary capped, Tony would be fucked and WWE would put them out of business, Anyways. So I quote tweeted this because this AEW Cero Miedo literally is telling people, just don't watch the buy-in, and it's fine. Great value for money. I'd rather have more wrestling for my money, advertisements, and constant recaps. So now the AEW sickos are telling other sickos, just don't watch AEW. Don't watch the buy-in and Mariah May and Anna Jay where they break their nose. Don't watch May and Jay where they break their nose, dude. Don't watch that shit. Because fuck them. If there's too much wrestling, just only watch the pay-per-view where there's too much wrestling. They're going to eat themselves up. So people ask why there's a lot of fans that never give AEW a chance. This is one of the bigger reasons. So this guy's just coping. Double or Nothing, SNME, and Battleground were all great, but funny enough, it's at least 76% better when a goofy on Twitter isn't in your mentions telling you what to like or not like. Yeah, that's fair. Comparing 2 terrible WWE shows next to quite possibly a top 5 AEW pay-per-view ever to non-feel insecure is very funny. quite possibly a top 5. Okay, the top 5 AEW pay-per-views don't even sniff the top 50 WWE pay-per-views of all time. You know, you could argue that the top 5 AEW shows don't even sniff the top 10 WWE shows of all time. So saying that doesn't even matter, and it wasn't a top 5 AEW show, that's some like recency bias shit that's going on in AEW fans' minds. I'm telling you, I think about this last Double or Nothing. It was not a top 5 show for AEW. For sure. If I sat down and really thought about it, there's a bunch of events way better than AEW, especially if you count, or in AEW rather than Double or Nothing, especially if you count the first All In, which I do. That was fucking, they've had way better shit go on there. And so, yeah, we have one more cope and seethe, and then we're going to get into the main story here. Or we have 2 more cope and seethes, okay? So this guy, Pin to Win, says, when WWE books 3 events the same weekend as an AEW pay-per-view, it's specifically to keep these bored fans in the dark. Why would they be bored when they have all that entertainment? And why would they be in the dark when it's specifically over the AEW shit, and we all know that? To keep their entire perception of pro wrestling strictly informed by them. This is insane. And these people all have me blocked, by the way, pre-blocked. And then this Latino America guy goes, the detail is that it was proven that not even scheduling their shows on the same day as AEW's could they eclipse the incredible pay-per-view AEW had last night. Everyone was talking about the great Ospreay and Hangman match. Yeah, that's the great Ospreay and Hangman's match. And these run-on sentences, that's Dave's fucking burner right there. Because he loves lucha too. AEW fans, Latino America. That's Dave. We found his burner. Oh shit, Dave. We found your fucking burner, dude.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
Okay, so let's see. We have, I think, one more cope. Okay. So this guy, Double Up, says, my son is 4 and he doesn't even what WWE is. When he wants to watch wrestling, he says, can we watch AEW? His favorite wrestlers are Swerve and Ospreay. His experience of wrestling growing up will be totally different. Yeah, well, that's shitty, but also like because you guys are always like, oh, you're not even real wrestling fans, so you're just blocking out other wrestling. But not only that, like your kids watch what you show them. So it's like, yeah, if you don't show him WWE, he's not going to know what that is. It's just like a retarded thing to say. And then Meltzer said what? Had this to say. He goes, don't ever again try to tell us that any of these phony stands give 2 shits about Janelle Grant, abuse against women, workers' rights, or any of the other bullshit. These clowns have all gone justice for Jussie and all that shit over Del Rio's champ. So Lucha Blog is like, I sat through a year of AAA doing Alberto as the center of the universe with the idea that he'd finally lose at the biggest show of the year, and instead he finally lost in a graphic on WWE Raw. This was not ideal. This is the booker you counted on, eh? So like Lucha Blog getting attacked by people. He's not a fucking wacko or a sicko. Jesus Christ, man. This is what happens when you're owned by the Fed and shit. None of these people going after Lucha Blog. Like, fuck. Fed fans already putting their stamp of approvals on shit that completely disregards the actual fan base. Didn't see that coming down Main Street in a cab. Holy fuck, man. They just showed a different graphic in a different region. Have you ever seen... Okay. Have you ever seen the Black Panther movie poster in China? You guys ever see that? Shut the fuck up, man. They just showed it to the people who watch TV in America. Look, this is for the title. It's for this Mexican belt. Come watch this show if you don't. It's on YouTube. They know the internet fans were going to know. Okay. And those people basically, I mean, you guys already know what's coming next, but they are most definitely.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. coping and seething.
So Rob Van Dam has been getting sort of attacked by this lady. He's going back and forth with this lady here, Liv Savage, who is a wrestling personality, producer, host, professional wrestling personality, mixed media creator, a foodie. And so she tweets out, I wasn't going to say anything, but now I'm pretty pissed, RVD. Why don't you have Kenny Casanova on your show instead of talking shit about Sabu's book nonstop? This was a labor of love, not some project to get himself over. Kenny has been in the wrestling biz for 30 plus years. Van Dam has a quote, and he says, we literally beat the shit out of each other until we were dead every day. That's a literary genius right there, Liz. And then Liz says, it's disappointing you choose to complain so vocally now when you had the ability to voice your opinion on it before it was even published. You could have been more involved in the process back then. You could have read and asked for edits. I know Taz did. Others did too. And Liz says, I also know for a fact you were asked to be involved from the start because I asked you at Nash's party that night. Melissa also asked you. Kenny asked you. I'm sure Sabu did too. I'm sorry you didn't take it as seriously back then as you are now. Van Dam says, Kenny interviewed me and then wrote something completely different than how I talk. He made me sound like a dipshit. I haven't been very vocal, but since you want to talk about it so much, grab a shovel. And then, yeah, this guy says, apparently it's your fault. You've been misquoted. Exactly. But okay, so Van Dam says, Kenny interviewed me. Yeah, so he quote tweeted and copy and pasted the same thing just to sort of get his narrative out there. And then this guy, Cow with Glasses, says, damn, RVD, in the last 3 months, you've been told you don't know anything about wrestling, and now you don't know your best friends. Sorry, man, it's hell out there. Because a bunch of people are like, well, Sabu liked the book, and da-da-da. And Van Dam said, and apparently I don't even know my own words, according to the stupid and pissed off cunt, allegedly, Liz Savage. Oh, you got to do it in an Irish accent, and then it's okay. Why'd you go quiet, Lizzie? Did someone tell you you're not helping their case at all and shut the fuck up? And yeah, that's what did happen. So that's, I think, what happened. So here we go. So then Liz goes, I'm disappointed. So, okay, Van Dam responds to NWAlegends.com, who says there's a lot of shitty writers that do it for the love of the business. Van Dam says, I'm inspired by Liz Savage to take a good look at this book and talk about it more specifically on my podcast. Thanks, Liz. Then Liz goes, I'm disappointed that you're acting like a mark, as if you are the authority on Sabu over Sabu himself. Sabu had full creative control over the book, yet you choose to slander something you never even bothered to read, bro. And then Van Dam says, did you miss the part where I said 100% of what I read was bullshit? No, I'm going to read more, and I am 1,000%. I'm going to get more bullshit. Investigation into the book requested by Liz. It's unfortunate, but yeah, Liz saying like, oh, this, Sabu himself okayed this whole book. I don't know, man. Rob Van Dam is like family, bro. I would just kind of like maybe fucking chill on that. You know what I mean? And that, ladies, I don't even know. I'm not involved, but that's their argument, and hopefully they get it figured out. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our sicko segment. So who wants to make fun of Dave Meltzer and get some flutes in the chitty chat? Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. Okay, so we have a few clips here, which is amazing. Okay, from Dave Meltzer. This is going to be fun. So I need you all to bombard me with flutes in the chat. I need you all to come over and hit subscribe, hit like, last minute, do the damn thing. Become a member. Memberships are very mucho worth it. And yes, we're going to have some fun, and I can't wait. And then lots of Phil Marks Out content that's coming soon, and it's going to be really great and fun and awesome every Thursday. Okay, so no more waiting on that. But anyways, guys, round of applause for the PWT universe for being here. We're going to make fun of fucking Dave Meltzer big time here. Round of applause. And thank you all for being here so much. What do we have on the docket? So yeah, this week coming up. So Member Monday, members only show, Netflix and Phil, okay? And then a Patreon video drop. And then on Wednesday, we will have a fun show, a podcast with Hughesy's coming. I'm recording it tomorrow. And what else? Then we have Saturday will be a big Lucha Money in the Bank extravaganza you guys won't want to miss. Maybe I'll fill the panel up with some friends. We'll see how I'm feeling or what we need to get to, or if there's any particular news, or maybe Hughesy will come on for a doubleheader and do that with me. I don't know. But anyways, Phildo's in the chat. Oh, look at all the flutes, dude. I love it. All around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everybody's favorite segment in the IWC, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer discusses who is Booker of the Year so far in 2025. And what's hilarious to me is, but it's like, you know, they fucking could edit that out. They probably make these in Cap Cut or whatever. They're making their own shorts, right? And it just makes Dave look hilarious and foolish and goofy, even in their own reels or TikToks or whatever you want to call this shit. Either way, Meltzer discusses who is Booker of the Year so far in 2025. A, we're like a quarter into the year, and B, like, it's irrefutable. You know, it's not even a fucking question. Now, Dave can give his opinion, but I'm the objective observer. Meanwhile, his eyes are closed. But he looks like Brock from Pokemon grown up. Anyways,
I never would have said this even like 2 months ago, but it's like, and it's funny because obviously everyone knows how much it means to him, but.
And WWE was featured in the Tadums. I'm seeing that in chat. I'm watching that once I'm done this, and I need to get the fuck out of here, to be honest. But I love you all, so we're getting Dusty Dave.
Said this even like 2 months ago, but it's like, and it's funny because obviously everyone knows how much it means to him. But
why wouldn't you edit that out of the clip? And it's like, but I mean, listen to this again.
I never would have said this even like 2 months ago, but it's like, and it's funny because.
But it's like, and it's funny because why wouldn't you edit the "but it's like" out of there?
Obviously, everyone knows how much it means to him, but I really think that Tony's winning Booker of the Year, at least for the first 6 months. For the first 6 months of this year, I would say.
Yeah, actually, I'm fine. January, February, March, April, May, first 6 months. I mean, we're 5 months deep, so we're just over a quarter, almost halfway into the year. I guess we could fucking go that far to say that, but. Yeah, I don't know. Dave is cooked, and he's saying Tony's winning. How, though? Like, based on what? Because you gave their matches more stars? Like, you're just a big Ospreay fan? He's dead. He has shark eyes. He has pill brain shark eyes. He's dead behind the eyes, you know? He has shark brain eyes.
Easily. I mean, we got 6 more months.
Easily, he says. Easily? What? Easily. He's Booker of the Year. So what? Oh my God! Holy shit!
Half the year, 7 months.
They booked a fucking Lucha TNA show that outdrew Tony Khan's one of the greatest events they're saying of all time in AEW history.
Actually, but it really hit me watching these Dynamites the last few weeks that it's just like
they've been terrible. They've not been good. And Dave is going to sit here and say the booking. So who wins the matches, or who is like the storylines and how they're doing more vignettes and more promo battles. So you like sports entertainment, WWE stuff, and that edges out Booker the year for you. Like, Dave's just not consistent. He's a fucking clown.
Man, this booking is better than the other guys. And it hadn't been the case for
the other guys, like Hog Wrestling. Or GCW. GCW outdrew you. Who's the other guys? Like TNA? Who you guys competing with? I don't get it.
A long time in my mind.
In my mind. In your distorted, psychotic fucking Judas in my mind.
You know, results wise, I don't know that WWE is going up. They're way ahead, but AEW is going up.
The key demo was down 40%, Dave, year over year. So is that 40% of people they're all watching on Max? They all just watch Dynamite on Max, Dave? WWE's not going up. That's why they keep raising the ticket prices and they sell out these fucking Europe tours, and they're never going to stop doing this until they stop doing massive sellouts everywhere. Dave, and AEW's going up how? Because All In is drawing less than what SmackDowns do every other week. Meanwhile, All In, according to you, has the record of the largest attended show ever, but for some reason it's drawing as much as like Revolution did when Sting retired. Dave?
Now, I say that after the rating on Wednesday, which is another story, but
no, it's always another story.
But I still feel like, that they are, I feel like
you feel like that, but it's not reality. So there's feels over reals, Dave. So I don't care how you feel about it. Like that's the thing. It doesn't matter that I fucking like Kenny Omega and I like his matches and shit. And I think he can put on good matches with guys. Objectively, it ain't working, or he needs to work more. And he's cringe on promos and shit. Just objectively. Right? I have to admit both things, Dave. There's real and feels. I feel like I can feel like MJF is better than he's showing on the show, but he's only as good as he's showing on what's real is what the show is showing me. Fuck.
Real upswing in interest.
There's a real upswing in interest. Why? How? Where does that come from? There's no evidence behind an upswing in interest. Now they're doing residencies to 900 people each show, because in Chicago, where they would do 12,000 people and had one of the greatest returns in the history of wrestling, CM Punk. So where is the upswing? Where is the interest level compared to when Punk was there like 2 years ago? It's like non-existent in comparison. So how it's up now from when? Like they're doing some of their worst ratings and shit. So I don't know about all that. We have some clips. Look at this, man. This person doesn't even follow me. And they made a Dave Meltzer flute Pied Piper art. Like, how fucking amazing is that? It's just catching on like wildfire. I love it. Oh, I shouldn't have got rid of that, but I'll find it again. So Dave Meltzer, his phone calls him a jackass. So let's take a listen to this.
Worldwide, but and that's by their claim. Yeah. So hold on. Anyway,
So he's getting a call.
Let me just get this.
I'll mute you here for a moment or turn it off. Got it?
Got it. All right. Okay. So anyway, so the thing with
If you study the business, you would know not to keep your phone on, Dave.
yours worldwide, but and that's by their claim. Yeah.
So someone, did you guys hear that? Someone named Andrew Jackass in his phone, that he has labeled in his phone, Andrew Jackass, called him. Call from Andrew Jackass. So whoever that is knows what Dave thinks of them now, unless it's a joke, but hilarious.
Hold on. Anyway, let me just get this.
I'll mute you here for a moment or turn it off. Got it?
Got it.
All right.
Okay. So anyway, we're so yours.
What is he doing? Let me just turn this off. What is it attached to your belt buckle? Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. So Dave Meltzer just putting his foot in his goddamn mouth. So here is Dave Meltzer coping over Alberto Del Rio for signing Del Rio, which they never signed him. They absorbed his old fucking contract. Dave, why do I know more about this than you? It's disturbing. Chat, $15.99 on my Discord. I'm dropping news and spoilers. No. But I am making a spoiler section on there. And I'm not charging people $5. And if I do get hot, I'm going to throw it in there because I don't want to spoil shit all the time. And you guys can spoil Raw like as it's alive and shit there. You guys know what I'm saying? Instead of just doing it in the general discussion. So if you're in Discord, get in Discord. I think I'm going to start a spoiler section. And like, fuck all these clowns. Charging $5 for Discords and they're just telling fake rumors about fucking wrestlers. And all these dirt sheets, they signed Del Rio. No, they didn't. They own 51%. Okay? Dave, if you studied the business, you know how this works. You would understand how it works when UFC absorbs, I study MMA and MMA. I mean, he always wants to talk MMA. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Jesus.
All right, Alberto.
Okay, also, so the AEW number.
We'll get to that, but what's up with Alberto?
They did a big angle today with Alberto and El Vikingo. Not El Hijo del Vikingo, but the father. They were on some show, and Alberto beat him up. And I guess I haven't seen the angle. I'll look for it. But apparently it was very convincing because a lot of people, thought it was like, the Letterman and Andy Kaufman and Jerry Lawler thing 43 years ago, where, they did the angle, and I don't want to say everybody thought it was real because a lot of people didn't. I think even most people didn't. But whatever it was, it's being reported in a lot of places that this is not staged. And, they've got that match on Saturday at Juan de la Barrera Gym. So,
just like when Alberto was fined in Tijuana and suspended from Tijuana. They're fucking working. He's a heel, bro.
It's
all been a work.
Interesting. Alberto is... that's the basic story is that angle has gotten much mainstream publicity with people thinking that it's maybe real and it's being reported in many places as Israel.
Israel? It's being reported as Israel. Dave, why didn't you watch the fucking clip? It's being reported as it Israel. Dave, it's wrestling. They fucking are working, and it's always been a work. Same with when they're like, Alberto threw chairs at fans, and then you see the video, and it's like, he's working.
Even though obviously it's not. That's building up that their show on Saturday. But, the other thing in Mexico is that they're saying that the match is staged. And the Saturday match, and that they already knew who's winning. So that's been the negative of the angle. And I think this is to combat.
Yeah, well, he nailed it on the head there. This is to combat that. Yeah, exactly.
I think that's part of the reason they did it is to go there's a real fight, and these guys really hate each other. And how is Alberto going to do a job in this situation? When like the stakes are this high, he ain't going to let Vikingo's son beat him. So it sounds like it was about as successful as it's going to be. After that giant faux pas where...
A giant faux pas. It's not a giant faux pas. This made media way more than that graphic, Dave. You and the sickos that you don't have blocked, the mentally ill few that you don't have blocked, all freaked out about it, and your message board did. Okay? The mainstream news is talking about what he did to El Hio's dad, and that's how they counteracted that. Okay? And it's just you fucking dirt sheet marks who don't know shit about WWE just jumping at headlines about WWE.
Really believe that as long as we don't put it on Netflix in Mexico, no one's going to know. I mean, that's the thing everyone knows. So
they believe if they didn't put it on, like now he just adds this part. No one's going to know. It's not about no one knowing, Dave Meltzer. Fuck, they understand how the internet works. You don't. You don't even know Google Analytics work, bro.
There is telecommunications in Mexico, I'm afraid.
I think that...
And especially in 2025, I hear.
Yeah. I think that's a mistake that probably they won't make again. Yeah, it's not a killer mistake. It's
Just the way he talks about it, like it was some fucking like
All
it
right,
was.
Alberto.
He talks about it like fucking Kyle Fletcher powerbombed Adam Cole's head on the apron after he's had multiple concussions where he couldn't even hear and think, and he was dizzy and he's seeing weird lights and shit. You think Dave would be more outraged about that than fucking this dumb? Oh, they showed a graphic. They botched a graphic. That's what that is chalked up to, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. So here's Dave upset that Lola Vice, who's Cuban, by the way, and very proud of it, by the way, is on the Worlds Collide poster because she's not Mexican. Dave, the wrestling media could not be any more unserious. I feel sorry for Brian. Dude, Dave Meltzer, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. He's losing his goddamn mind.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Is he upset? Why didn't he bring up that Stephanie's Chilean? You know?
Brian.
So he doesn't really give a fuck about this stuff. That's just dumb little anecdotal, like sixth grader. Oh, man, and she's not from Mexico. She's a Latina, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We had Ava meeting with Stephanie, said she needed a tag partner for Worlds Collide. Lola Vice walked up, offered to be her partner. We had Jada.
You know what's so cool about that? You don't know? The only woman from NXT on the poster for that card, besides Stephanie, was Lola Vice.
How about that?
Brian, he goes, you know what's cool about that? Brian's like, I don't even want to hear it. Go ahead. We're trying to get through this. Oh, it's Lola Vice.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
well, she was clearly going to be on the show one way or the other. It's Lola Vice.
And here's the problem, Dave. If you watch the show, they've shown Lola Vice in the, oh, we have Latino talent here in WWE. They've been fucking showing her as a part of it the whole time.
Vice for crying out loud.
Well, there's no. Why would she be on the show?
She's
Cuban.
Cuban.
She's Cuban. Cuban isn't Mexican.
It's Worlds.
Oh my God, dude. Where's my Cuban folks in the chat? Come on, man.
Collide, Dave. We got all sorts.
It's AAA.
All of these worlds.
It's AAA.
Isn't Mexican.
It's Worlds Collide, Dave. We got all sorts.
It's AAA.
All of these worlds are colliding.
It's AAA versus WWE.
So Lola Vice works for WWE. Dave, you dumb motherfucker.
Dirtbags and lily pickers.
You stupid dumb son of a bitch.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
You dumb, stupid idiot.
Stupid idiot.
What the fuck, man?
Well, Stephanie,
I'm like speechless.
not Mexican either.
That's what I mean. They're so like, they're so worried. This is just such like, what are you even talking about?
It's AAA versus WWE.
Well, Stephanie's not Mexican either.
No, but she was a star in Mexico.
Lola's gonna be a star in Mexico.
We don't know that.
We don't know that. Oh my God. We don't know that.
All right, we had Jaden Tatum Pack. We had.
Holy fuck, Dave. What do you think they're doing with her? Oh my God, bro. That's crazy. That is fucking insane, man. Where is Dave calling for? I swear I had Dave calling for. Yes, right here. So in our final clip of the evening, well, actually, Dave Meltzer had this to say about Mariah May joining WWE. He says, it's the same situation with Stephanie Vaquer. You know, where she would have made more money, elsewhere. In Vaquer's case, a lot more. But their dream was WWE. WWE counts on that. They can only sign people if it's their dream. Like, it's so stupid. As the same reason they got May and Vaquer. Like, he tries to undermine. They just count on that. It's not like they give more money or they just count on that and don't really like. No, Dave, There's more reasons than that you might want to go to WWE. Because of the belief they would value a WrestleMania moment above a larger paycheck or a bigger push. Oh, sorry. So Vaquer is also the same reason they didn't get Will Ospreay and Okada, because of the belief they would value a WrestleMania moment above a larger. Oh, yeah, you know those WrestleMania moments. Those don't get you richer or in the mainstream or get you fucking movie roles or, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. The cope is fucking just palpable. And then Dave Meltzer goes on to give John Cena versus R-Truth at Saturday night's main event a 1.25 star rating, which is just insane because he gives his star ratings for Double or Nothing, and they go as follows. Bane, Ford, Anna Jay, and Cameron. He didn't rate it. So there you go. Fox, Bandito, and Titan Del Air versus RPG, Vice, and Crew. Got a 4.25. One of the greatest matches of all time happened on the pre-show, folks. That's ever happened in the history of wrestling in Meltzer's mind. Monet versus Hayter got a 4.5. FTR versus Garcia and McGuinness got a 4.5. Ricochet, Briscoe in a stretcher match got a 4.5. And Okada, Bailey got a 4.5. So in Dave's mind, Monet, FTR, Garcia, Ricochet, Briscoe, and Okada and Bailey were 4 of the greatest matches to have ever happened in pro wrestling history, and they're all the same level of match. You guys get it? Like that FTR match was as good as the Okada one. How? You know, like how could that even be possible? Hurt Syndicate and Sons of Texas a 3.5. Tony Storm versus Mina 4. Anarchy in the Arena a 5. What a cuck. A 2. Don Callis family versus Paragon 3.75, and Will Ospreay versus Hangman a 5.5.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
What a fucking I don't know, whatever. They're his people go, oh, if you care about his ratings, the problem is that he tries to claim they're objective, and so I hate that, and so I roast them, and I'm allowed to because he claims they're not just his preference stars. Okay, he tries to say that it's based on how the crowd moves. That's the only criteria he's ever given us. So apparently Okada and Bailey, the crowd was moving and hotter than that than for Rock and Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18. It's either that or Dave's just liar. Fucking liar. Anyways, in our final clip of the night here, Dynamite Dave said that WWE should leave AEW alone. And he brings up 3,000 tickets. So again, he's like doing some 30% shit in his head, but they should just leave us alone. Please leave AEW alone. Leave it alone.
I mean, it's like for WWE doing one NXT show at the 2,300 arena a year. I think it's a great idea. The fact they're doing it that week, I mean, it's like, okay, you know, I get it. You know, but it's like, I don't really anticipate that they hurt AEW much, if at all. I don't think at all, really, on Sunday. Based on the stuff I'm seeing, I don't really see a sign that they hurt them at all. Even if it's cost them 3,000 or 4,000 buys or 5,000 buys. Even if you did, you know, you're going to probably cost yourself more.
You're going to cost yourself more. Why? How would it cost you more? And why did he say, oh, it's going to take 3,000 ticket buys, 3,000 pay-per-view sales? What 30% did you extrapolate? You know, like what happened there, Dave? What did you times by 30 to get to that number?
We're just losing by the fact that, you know, a lot of your viewers are probably going to watch the pay-per-view. It's a higher profile show. So it's like, I don't, you know, and again, what's like, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars when it comes to these companies a year. You know, WWE's $1 billion, but AEW is you know, going to gross $250 million this year.
AEW is going to gross $250 million this year. Like, even if that TV deal is $180 million, like Dave made up, $185 million or whatever, where do we get that all that extra 250. Where do they gross that? They fucking, you guys parade around their rare times they do $1 million gates. It's like rare that they do that. So like, what the fuck?
Probably, maybe more.
Maybe more
They're
than
worth
a $250 million with a
whatever
B,
they're
dude.
worth. Whatever they're worth. I mean, but it's like a little bit of, and the cons are worth. The last I looked, like 11, 12 billion. Costing them 3,000 buys on a pay-per-view, if they even did. It's like, this isn't Jim Crockett Promotions. You know what I mean? I mean, it worked for Jim Crockett Promotions because it kept them off pay-per-view. I mean, it's,
And then look at the top. We're not Jim Crockett. We're not going to take that shit. Right, Tony? Look at Dave just parroting like a good little parrot boy. Isn't that right, Parrot Meltzer? Huh? You just parrot what your little boss says? Got you on a leash? Yeah, dude. He just parrots that shit. This isn't Jim Crockett. Bro, you don't get it. It's a petty bitch war now, because that's what you goofballs made it, is a petty bitch war. Now they're going to be pettier bitches than you. That's what WWE does. That's what they've always done. Get it? Got it? Good.
I mean, it's a completely different animal. And it's just, they do it because that's what they do. I get it. It's history.
And like the 12 billion, okay. Like, what? That's not all Tony's money. And I don't think AEW will ever go out of business either, but yeah, it's, if they can embarrass them, they're going to try and embarrass them. The way AEW keeps trying to embarrass WWE, and the way AEW tried to embarrass WWE on TNA TV, and the way AEW tried to embarrass GCW with the Matt Cardona stuff. And there's countless, and they tried to embarrass CM Punk by playing that footage. And in the end, they just embarrassed themselves, just like you, Dave.
This is what we do with competition. But it's like,
And this is what I do with competition. Embarrass them. I let them embarrass themselves. I just react to it.
It's they're getting the same TV money no matter what. And if you want to do something to hurt them, this is my advice. If you really want to hurt them.
Yeah, Dave, yeah, they know they're getting the same TV money no matter what. That's why they doing a show in the same building. They're trying to blow the building up. They're trying to blow up the market. Or have people go, I went to WWE. I'm not going to this other shit. Or they want people to see the WWE show, go to the AEW one, see which one's better, and go, yeah, I like this WWE shit better. So they went directly to the live market. That's like, you're so dumb. Fuck. He doesn't get the fucking business. I don't get it. He doesn't study I study the business. It's like Brendan Schaub. You just fucking say shit, and then you're actually the opposite of what you say. It's like the craziest thing, man.
Leave them alone, because when you do this, it probably starts making the company a babyface, which AEW has not been. And I've felt more that it's a babyface in the last couple of weeks than I felt in since Punk left, probably.
AEW wasn't the babyface. Like, how delusional is Dave? AEW wasn't the babyface when Punk left. They were the heels. The guys who went out. Listen to how delusional Dave is. Let's hear that one more time. Holy fuck.
Leave them alone, because when you do this, it probably starts making the company a babyface, which AEW has not been. And I've felt more that it's a babyface in the last couple of weeks than I felt.
No, it's not a babyface the last couple of weeks.
Felt in since Punk left, probably.
He felt like they were the babyface when Punk left? Oh my God, bro. Like, this is delusional, bro.
Just made the list. You what?
Bro, everybody agrees that AEW, they got booed out of the building in an empty building while fucking the Bucks were doing a victory lap being booed. And they were clowned and humiliated for that shit forever. That's what made them the ultimate irreversible, irredeemable heels in everyone's mind when they got rid of Punk and had the Bucks do that victory lap bullshit for Jack Perry. That made them the heels for eternity, bro. And you're like, oh, they haven't been the baby faces since Punk left. What the fuck, man? You guys have a weird and twisted world of perspective. Just leave them alone, though. Dave just wants everyone to leave AEW alone, man, because they can't handle the fucking heat anymore. It's just the truth, man. And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here. Round of applause for the PWT universe for being here. Okay, so Monday, members only, new patron video dropping as well. Tomorrow, Hughesy's coming on. Expect that podcast during the week. Wednesdays, same fat time, same fat place, same fat channel, fat with a PH. And same with the Saturday live show where we have Money in the Bank. I'll be previewing that this week as well. Maybe on the Wednesday show, maybe with Hughesy, likely with Hughesy. And yeah, man, I just appreciate you all. We had like 500 watching there at the end. We peak at the end of this show. Okay. And so I appreciate you all, man. You guys are the greatest. Consider becoming a member, 99 cents, or fucking hit like or whatever. I appreciate you guys. Take care of each other. We got Oilers hockey coming up this Wednesday as well. I'll probably be more locked into that than Dynamite, but we'll still get a show. And yeah, I appreciate you all. Take care of each other. It's getting nice out there. Yeah, and I just can't wait. This new week heading into June, guys, expect a lot more content and just a lot more fun. Twitch Tuesdays as well. That'll be a blast. So, okay, peace and love. Take it easy. Can't wait for Money in the Bank stream and AAA. Okay, maybe I'll set like a small super chat goal, and if we reach it on Wednesday, I'll fucking do the whole day. I'll do AAA and Money in the Bank with you guys. Okay, but until next time, take care of each other. Drink lots of water, and I'm gonna go watch the Tudums or some shit. Okay. See you in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be a lot like my favorite movie, CroCop. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.